So, good hello and welcome to Last of the Summer Elves, the Cascade 4th arc. Yeah, so if I break it up that way, it doesn't sound as complicated because it's part 20 of that. And it's the 17th of May 2025. I am Viktor, the GM, and here are the players.
Hello, I'm Sean, and I'm playing Falkwin, who's the mystical speaker who keeps a magic ally.
Hello, I'm Kalli, and I play Ignysera, who is a dragonfolk warrior who bears a halo of fire.
Hi, I'm Hannah, and I play Myr'ra Pentergast, a Helborn Adept who sheds her skin.
Excellent. I also like this, so I have two sets of the camera feeds. I've got the stream manager, and I've got the actual Discord feed itself. Discord feed itself is much bigger, so I can see everyone's wonderful faces. I went to fix my hair there because it needs a brush. And I used the tiny camera feed to do that. I don't know why I did that. I don't know why that felt like a technical aspect of the production. So I looked at the technical screen. Here we are. So what do you remember from last time?
We thought we were going to the moon.
We all met Bran and Elle. Everybody's met Bran and Elle now.
Yeah, that happened first.
What else we had? Who is she? And we found out who is she. And it's the Fey Queen.
Yeah.
And she's on the moon.
She's on the moon.
No one could have seen this coming.
She stayed as Sentinel because all the humans were the Fey. Revelation from previous.
She agreed to sleep. But she not sleep no more.
Which we think might be Master Amblin's.
Yes.
Yeah, good old Amblin.
There was lots of radiation from teleportation being absorbed by certain people who want to become gods.
Alabama wanted a snack.
Seemed to go well.
Seems to have worked.
Yeah.
We're going to go through an obsidian mirror, which is the material that all of the cool iron root stuff seems to be made from. Should have been totally fine. Totally going to go to the moon, then weren't in the moon, in the bottom of a lake. Whoops. Me and Ignysera nearly drowned.
Yep.
Because we're bad at swimming.
Also, you're the only two that wear armour out of the group.
Yeah.
I am wearing heavy armour. So.
Yeah, I'm wearing some armour.
Also, Ignysera is very good with the sky and fire, not necessarily water.
Opposite of what
So yes, we found ourselves in a lake near Loudenhall.
Yes.
And then immediately lamented being basically back where it all began. Not anywhere near either of the places we were supposed to be, which were the moon and Dinosaur Island.
Yeah, the boat that you got on to teleport off of.
Yeah.
Yep.
Whoops. We really scared a poor person in the crow's nest. Whoops. We then debated for a long time what to do.
Yes.
We like doing that.
I was talking about this, but I really appreciate that we don't ever make decisions that we feel tricked into. I really appreciate that Victor makes us really think about the consequences.
He made that decision.
Yeah, and then we still get to make the decision, but we make it with our full chest.
On that note, as a GM, I think agency is so important to give players because I have been in various games where I feel like there was no point in me being there. Like it was effectively a book or like a rail shooter that you're on. And I'm like, that's fun and fine if that's the type of journey you want. But for me, I'm like, no, I'm definitely going to run games that I want the scope to play in at the same time because it should be fun. Also, it makes it more fun for me if I don't know what you're going to do. Right? Yeah. And also, it's your fault at that point.
Yeah. I love that. I love the like these are the choices, and you have chosen this one, and that's on you now.
Yeah.
So yes, because we technically don't need to be here because Bran and Elle gave Falkwin the Abradak equation.
Yeah.
So
yes,
we could just go back and be like, we don't need all this stuff. Here's the equation.
Yeah, that was. I should have bolded that in my notes. That was just kind of buried somewhere in the middle. Like, yes, Falkwin now has this like package of knowledge in his brain that's slowly unraveling, and like he might come to some realizations about. He also has it just written down, but it's written in like, Iron Root language.
Yep.
Which someone would probably be interested in.
Yeah. Loads of people probably. There's probably whole like departments of the Arcanatrix devoted to like the Iron Root scholars.
Also, speaking of things that the Iron Roots did, the moon is a thing they built. Yes. Iron Root Allagan Empire over here. Build the moon.
Yeah.
Imprison a god inside it. This is some Final Fantasy 14 shit.
I, for some reason, have the numbers 5, 9, and 8 in small circles. Anyone have any idea what that might mean?
5, 9, and
nope.
8.
No idea.
Let me just write that down myself. 5, 9,
5, 9, 8.
No, it doesn't. Let me just. I'll look at that previous session's notes.
Nope.
Like, I know there was a page we weren't supposed to read, but that was like 309.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a different. Yeah.
I've looked at the previous sessions as well, and I don't see anything related to that either.
No idea.
Well, if it comes back to me, I'll let you know.
Okay. Yeah. No. I have on one of the notes Shippy McShipface because you asked the name of the boat you were on, and that's clearly what it was called.
Yep.
But no.
We told Bran and Elle about Cairo. No one got smited, so that's good.
Yeah, he took that really in his stride, to be honest.
He really did. Like way more than quite a lot of the other people we've done.
I think that kind of goes to show, like, Bran and Elle's priorities, where they lie currently. It doesn't seem to care about small details at this point in time. Like, he was willing to spend 5 minutes with you guys at the lake and then goes, I'm going to go back to my tower.
and do things. Yeah, fair. So he's going to fix the mirrors. That's why he went back. But that will take about 2 weeks. Yeah. Maybe. Which is also the amount of time we need to not be irradiated by transportation magic.
Although you definitely did knock it out of the park, purging yourself of said radiation last time as well. You did a very big counter magic.
Also, Amblin is due back from the moon in about 2 weeks. I think that was the thing kind of set in the schedule.
Yeah, there was a lot of convergence of schedules, I think.
Yes.
Around 2 weeks.
The Mitters,
work for
Amblin coming back.
Yes, because I think we've pretty confidently ascertained that Amblin is on the moon, which means we're not going to try and check in on him, because again, if it's an Iron Root settlement, they are known to have quite big countermeasures to magic.
Yes.
And I don't want to go blind.
Yeah, I was going to say, Modest Delara is a bit testament to that. Yes. Okay. You did have some other things that happened near the end of the session. Do you remember what those were?
We teleported to Dinosaur Island, up to the head of the dinosaur.
Yeah.
After, again, a long discussion about the territorial
exactly where we should go.
Yep. And we landed safely. Everybody's here. Everything is fine. And then there was a really big light. There was a lot of screaming saurian lizard people. And then we heard a big roar. Big roar. That we think might be one of these.
Oh, it's cute.
But not skeletal.
Or to scale. Yeah. Or maybe to scale to the map.
Yes. I can't get it closer to the map.
Let's get it.
Well, you are there for me. Like, you're on this wall of my.
So yes, possible dinosaur.
Yeah, I'd say that was pretty much everything that happened last time. Yeah, it was a lot. Branel gave you like a kind of like a charge of magic that would get you to Dinosaur Island. That would kind of get you there, and then he'll check in with you guys. Seemed to be the case. He didn't really understand why you were so invested in following him, but he was like, I mean, these aren't in my way, so this is fine. You can come along too. And he does seem quite dependent on you maintaining the knowledge he might lose regarding humans were once the Fae, and that was part of the deal to secure the world, was the Fae becoming the humans. Yes. So a friend asked, I don't know if I said this last time or not, but a friend asked, this is just a thought experiment, but they had asked me about, if the Fae can just put people in, could they have taken people away? And I went, well, yeah. I was like, but my players have never asked that. There could just have been a whole type of people that were once there that are gone now. And I'm like, but the reason they wouldn't ask is because nobody would know, because it was that way the whole time.
Oh, so it's like we could have just replaced. There could have been a whole race of boon people.
Yeah.
And now there isn't, because there's humans.
Yeah. It
was
just
terrifying.
Yeah. But again,
I don't like
that was the Fae War. The Fae War was scary. People do say, how did we win? And those people have mostly been humans that have said that. Yep. Arguably they did win. Right?
Yeah. They got to be here.
Yeah.
Didn't everybody win at the end of the day?
Kind of seems like that, right?
The humans are happy.
Not all the elves are happy.
Not all the elves, okay, that's right. The Iron Moots are kind of the only ones who lost. Arguably the Devils lost.
But the Devils lost kind of by being here, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they'd already lost.
Yeah. So they kind of just made everybody else kind of potentially lose, it seems, by just getting involved in stuff. It's like, well, if we can't have the ball, nobody can. So, yeah. But I do believe that you had appeared in what looks like some kind of settlement of a dinosaur island near the kind of king's best friend head of the island. And yeah, there seemed to be a lot of very disturbed and scared Saurians fleeing the sight of your arrival. Very confused looking.
Yeah, because the thing happened at the same time, so maybe.
As you appeared, there was like tremors in the ground as well, so you can't necessarily be sure if there were tremors before you just appeared from nowhere.
God, maybe this is all.
Can you remind me what a Saurian is? Is this like an Argonian type thing?
Very similar, yeah, like lizard people. Different to the Dragonkin. Dragonkin, all made by the dragon.
Don't get us confused.
Yeah. Dragonkin, all made by the dragon, Unma, the Unmaker. And then the Saurians were one of the oldest, smartest races, along with the Iron Roots. But slightly misguided in many, many, many ways. Having enslaved the Rakashans previously, they released the Rakashans because they, evolved as a species, and then the Rakashans built an empire and started genociding them. So yeah, all good, all good stuff. But they seem to be relatively safe here from the initial glance, if slightly underdeveloped when it comes to their civilization. It doesn't look like it's a thriving metropolis or anything. It does look like a fairly, once quiet settlement. Until your arrival. After the arrival, the tremors were felt by you guys, so they may have predated your arrival, and then the big beam of light coming from what looks like the centre of the island up at an angle, out through the clouds, lights up the sky, and then the roar. That obviously we went to credits on. So yeah, what's the plan, gang?
That sounds like our goal.
Jurassic Park. Well, we want eggs. I am picturing that scene at the end of Jurassic World where there's just all the tourists running.
Yep.
But that's us. Can we look around? Can we see a dinosaur?
I mean, it depends if you're factoring in the Saurians as part dinosaur. Because if so, then yes, and if not, then no.
Oh.
No.
Okay.
I don't know if I mentioned it or not, but it is quite dark as well.
Okay.
Can we see where the light is aiming at? Is it aiming at the moon? I think it's effectively.
I think he's asked that last time. No, so it just seems to come from the centre of the island and kind of go off at an angle, and it just seems to be going through the clouds above, which is why it all kind of lights up, because obviously the clouds start to reflect the light from the beam.
Beams. I look at my companions and I go, I can hover and see if I can see more.
I mean, keep in mind, this is a beam that has happened and dissipated as well, so it's not like a searchlight that's still on.
Okay, so we maybe can't also figure out, maybe they're just doing like cloud seeding. Maybe they want it to rain. Can we see where the roar is coming from?
What a great roleplay based question, isn't it? I mean, it feels like it came from the same direction as the beam, given the sheer scope of the roar. Yeah.
Oh.
Is there anyone nearby?
There were.
Okay, what direction did they go?
A lot of them ran away or went into like their buildings and stuff. There are some kind of like sandstone style buildings around as well.
Okay. Do the buildings all kind of look like residences? Or
yeah, like as I said, this looks like it does look like a settlement of some kind. It does seem to be primarily sandstone buildings. It doesn't look like they've been like recently erected either, so this looks like it could be quite an old settlement. These look like these have appeared kind of in the centre of it. And maybe it was a bit of a marketplace because there's some stalls and stuff with like tarps and stuff over them, like clearly, sun shields or whatever. But yeah, it does look like the marketplace would have been in operation, but it does look like it's all just kind of been abandoned within the last 5 minutes.
Okay. Did I happen to see? Did I happen to notice a building that anyone in particular went into?
Oh yeah, like you probably arrived and then lots of people had run into various buildings around you. Yeah.
Okay, I walk up to the door of one of the buildings that was fled to, and I rap on the door.
I scurry over and I give Falkwin whatever phrase we learned that's the Saurian equivalent of "we come in peace."
Okay, yeah. Falcon, are you using the phrase book?
I guess. Do they speak a different language from us?
Oh, he's learned that they will speak Saurian.
Yes.
Yeah, and there's two different dialects, or there's two different types of Saurian. There's Sandscale and Nighttail Saurians. So, yeah.
Okay. Is there a phrase in the phrase book for "does this happen often"?
I look at my beginner Spanish phrases that we learned. No. We didn't think that was a key phrase.
I mean, there is definitely a greeting phrase, though, right? You could definitely try the greeting phrase. The "we come in peace."
Wait. Hang on a second. I have abilities. Hang on.
Also, you're a speaker. Also.
Yes. One of them lets me do things.
Yep.
I forgot about this.
Sounds good.
Okay, so you just need to get someone to talk to you for a long time.
For a few minutes.
Yeah, a few minutes. Yeah. So yeah, you knock on the door. You speak to them. Door doesn't open. You definitely hear like very faint, muffled, like mutterings behind the door. Clearly, people debating whether or not they're opening the door or not. Right. But there's no answer after like a couple of knocks.
We could look for like an official that looks like a main house.
A main building or something.
Yeah, some kind of leader.
Also say that I could fly up a little bit and have a check. Not for very long. I can only fly for about a minute.
It could be worth seeing the scale of where we are.
Would it make things worse if then?
Oh, possibly.
My wings are made of fire, just so.
Although, if Master Amden lived here, I suppose that was a while ago. But it's not like...
That also assumes it was this village.
No. Yes. True.
Well, in the worst case, we attract whatever is making that roar to us, which, I'm sure we could handle.
Yeah, how does Ignysera feel about fire wings flying into the sky after a big beam of light shot at the clouds with a big roar?
Oh, do your wings make a lot of light? I can hover, and I will just look like this, but in the air. That might be more subtle.
Your tea kit and everything jiggling. I mean, it will definitely be more subtle than fire wings, but it's just a funny image.
Yeah.
I just love the idea of it's hover. It's not fly, like just hover.
I mean, it's just slow flying, right? It's still flying. Yeah. Just slow flying. There isn't a height restriction on it, which is nice.
Can tell, how high.
If I concentrate, I can remain motionless.
That's only if there's like strong winds and stuff. You can resist being blown around, which is good. Yeah. And you can maintain your momentum. So if you run off a cliff and cast it, you can like float that direction and stuff. So
that's cool.
Like it's a really good move, and it is just like slow flying.
Yeah. Should I try that?
Give it a go.
I cast hover.
And what does it look like when you cast hover for the special effects budget?
I think there is almost like some kind of movement to her clothes that almost like imitate feathers. Like there's maybe, again, for people who know that she sometimes becomes a giant murderous werecrow, like there's a moment of like, ha! And then it's like, oh no, this is intentional. And because I feel like all of Myr'ra's magic has an element of her hair looks more feather-like. Like there's just that kind of sheen for a second of her like tapping into whatever.
Myr'ra is drawn by Studio Ghibli, we know this.
Yes.
Even down to all the extra like attachments to her outfit and stuff like that.
Then she'll do that kind of like bend knees and like push from the ground, and to just kind of like slowly like drift.
I have like that kind of like as you drift up and up and up. How high are you willing to go?
I'll go above the buildings.
Yeah. So
like, is it a case of like, how big does the island feel?
Yeah. So as you start going up and up and up, do you want to give me some kind of perception roll?
Sure. I think that's supposed to be a straight intellect check, because I don't think I have any.
I'm hyped for the one that we're due.
Yeah, it's going to happen at some point. Okay, I don't know the difficulty. I can use 2 levels of effort.
The scary witch lady appearing from nowhere in the middle of town, the oracle of the roar as you fly into the sky and turn into a giant bird and then attack people. It's a 3. You got away with it.
Oh. Hey, I can't see that.
So rolled a 3, but it's with 2 effort. So
okay. It's not a 1.
It's not.
A murderous
it's in fact a 50. No, that's wrong. 9. It's a 9. That you rolled. So
it's dark.
Yeah, so that is probably the main limiting factor, is that it is dark, and like the kind of almost like residual light from the beam and stuff long gone. And the moon, once beautiful, bright and white, is now very, very dim and amber. So we don't have the joy of its beautiful light cast on the island. You can't see the sea around you from where you are, so it's quite big.
It's a big island.
So yeah, but the settlement itself, from what you can kind of see, you can see like the kind of almost like the lighting of the buildings and stuff, and it looks like the marketplace might be more active at night for various heat-based reasons, right? So yeah, it definitely seems like quite a large, like, I mean, not quite a city obviously, but like a town at least, from what you can gather. The part you seem to have like appeared in does seem to be like one aspect of a market. There seems to be a couple of other similar style like circular parts of the buildings, as if they all like spiral around each other, and very much community based by the looks of it for that reason. But you can't really tell much more other than that from your vantage point and the lighting level. But you can kind of get a good idea of the layout of the town.
What's it like up there? What can you see?
What do my crow eyes see? Not very much. It's quite dark, but it looks like a fairly big town. the island feels big. I can't see the sea. Can I see anything, any residual light from where the big beam came from?
Nothing anymore. No. Okay. If it fires again and you're in the air, maybe. Right?
Yeah.
But you don't know how long.
We kind of felt middle-ish, all right, towards where we think the middle of the island might be.
Yeah, because you have that kind of that mental geometry, right, in your head, or mental geography, I guess is the right term. Both feel correct, and yeah, you know where you roughly wanted to land, so you know the direction roughly it should be in would be, yeah, that or it would come from the ocean, right? So
center of the island probably makes more sense. Okay, can I will myself back down?
Yeah, drift back down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't see anything particularly distinct. Maybe we wait and see if we don't do anything threatening, maybe people might calm down. I'd look at me and Ignysera in that kind of knowledge of we're not particularly reassuring people.
Yeah.
Both turn to Falkwin.
Witchy crow lady, big dragon lady. We both look at Falkwin to be you're going to have to be the face of this.
Falkwin, you have a voice in your ear currently. So you've got Aluben talking to you currently, and she's saying, can you leave some kind of trade on these 3 stalls? And she's indicated which 3 stalls, because she's wanting stuff from each of them.
I have on my person at the moment some cave crawler bits and pieces, which I think Aluben.
I was going to say, I think they're Alubens, yeah. But no, there's, as I said, you guys have the ability to feed yourselves when it comes to money, right? And if you wanted to do bigger and more crazy things, we can discuss that based on context. But this is why I don't deal with money in a lot of games when it comes to high fantasy, because, well, besides Nori, everyone's from a position of privilege and employment to a degree. So yeah, you'll have, whether or not that would matter to them, kale money, from the continent of Kale, versus Dinosaur Island lizard folk trade. Yeah. But
why are there no big lizards on your money?
Aluben's indicated that she would like what looks like some kind of really very well braided twine, and there's quite a lot of that. You can't tell if it's made from hairs or some kind of plant fiber, and then there seems to be some kind of jar that she has indicated is some kind of adhesive resin.
Fun.
Okay. I guess I have some kind of nameless, faceless, moderately expensive items, inexpensive items, but I was supposed to choose a concentration, but never got round to.
Surely you mean trade goods of those values?
Trade goods.
Yeah.
Yes, there you go. There you go. Perfect.
Are you just leaving them on those stalls and taking the things she wants?
Well, I mean, is there any indication of what the vendor was charging for these things?
There's nothing in the way of pricing on anything here, which could lead you to believe it's a trade-based system.
Yeah. So tell you what, Alu, we can come back here once the vendor is back. Or better yet, we can try and find the vendor who runs these stalls, because we need to talk to someone anyway. But let's not make assumptions about how they do their trade for the moment.
And if they refuse trade, can we find these items elsewhere?
Are you asking me to steal for you?
No, I'm just simply saying I would like these items or similar.
I'm sure they will be. I'm sure we can find them elsewhere.
I'm very happy to pay for them, but I seem to have left my coin purse with my body.
I'm happy to pay for them also, but there's no one at the present time to pay. You see the issue?
Unfortunately, yes. Yeah. So you can tell, she's getting a bit, not agitated, but definitely, she's clearly eager to get on with something.
Is there a larger, sort of more important looking or more expensive looking house than the one that I previously trapped on the door of?
Yeah, so from Myr'ra's like, I guess, sky viewpoint, vantage point, her bird's eye view, as it were. The like there seems to be like the way the market kind of like areas, this kind of big circular areas, are like cordoned out. There does seem to be a central point, and it's not so much like a bigger, fancier building, but it's some kind of almost like what would be the term? Amphitheater style spot in the center of the like all the structures, and you can kind of head that way if you wish. But that seems to be what would be in the most important place. Like if it was a town in Denk or something, you'd build everything around the town center for obvious reasons. It's in the name.
Let's try.
Okay. Yeah, let's head that way.
So you head through that way, and you can you can feel eyes on you guys, right, as you move through the kind of the streets.
We try to look non-threatening.
As you pass by, like clearly a very, very well lived in like settlement as well, like very like clearly would be busy. As I said, definitely lots of eyes on you guys, but you don't necessarily see many people other than people looking through windows and closing shutters and things like that. As you kind of move by, people are clearly trying not to be observed, but are doing variously successful jobs of that as you wander through as some very bizarre strangers in the town. You can even see things like on the sides of some buildings. There's like markings of people's height and things like that. So clearly, I said even as you are walking through, you can see that there's been markings on the side of the buildings where like people's height and things have been marked as they've been growing up and stuff. So it's clearly again a very, 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 very much lived in settlement for the Saurians. And then you start to make your way through like a ring of buildings, almost like kind of aqueduct style ring around the centre part, and it leads down into a fairly large amphitheatre thing that seems to circle right around, and it seems to be some kind of like meeting spot for like the town itself. There's several what look like stone, kind of carved out stone, like not benches as such, but like almost tables in the centre. There's no seats there, but there definitely is like some bowls and things like that have been sat on these. Empty now, but clearly maybe had stuff in them beforehand. And various things like leather, almost like cloth type things set out on the kind of the steps where people maybe used them to sit on and things like that. There's various kind of almost kind of diamond shaped kind of sheets over it, of like it looks like animal hide, that provide shade to patches of this. But this amphitheatre is very big, and it kind of looks like this must be where they have town meetings, would be the assumption, or entertainment, or both. But as you can imagine, it's currently empty. But as you step down, if you are heading into it, as you step down, your footsteps get louder and louder. You can tell like the way the audio works. The closer to the centre you get, the more you can hear.
Good acoustics.
Exactly. So if you're going to get anyone's attention, being in the centre of this might be a good start.
Okay. Try the "we come in peace" phrase again.
Can I do something funny? The little phrase book. Does
this like a 5-minute stand-up set, or like?
No. So the word for hello in their language. Can I? Where is it? Can I project the word hello in like magical writing up in the air, just like neon sign style?
Yeah, why not? That seems fine. So yeah, you carve that. Are you then going to also project your voice as well, and just actually, and I mean that in the actual technique of just speaking?
Yes. Yeah. I would probably try and. So okay. I need to hear people speak the language to speak and understand it. I don't get to be able to like understand the written words. Like I don't think I get any superpowers when it comes to reading phrase books.
No,
So I guess
and I think for the most part as well, the phrasebook you've got is very hastily scrolled down notations from a handful of the Felix languages. So you've got some Orc default phrases, some Saurian and some Rakishan that he's picked up.
Yeah, because we didn't know who we might meet. So tried to cover all the bases.
I guess I would start by saying like hello or greetings or we come in peace or whichever kind of stock phrases we have in their language, and then maybe try and say something in common tongue, I guess, common like language of Deck, whatever we speak. Kind of a little more like, if anyone here speaks language of us, then here's why we're here, and so on.
I think we've just been using Cascading, or like the Cascadan. Cascadan, whatever works best. But it's very imperialist having Cascadan be the language of one continent on a planet that's called Cascade /Gian. Yeah, good old imperialism. But yes, can you give me some kind of just intelligence roll based on speaking for me then?
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, persuasion, I'm happy enough for it to be persuasion related as well, because it is you attempting to say hi to people.
Can it not be persuasion related?
I mean, you hit me up with what skills you've got, and then so what
I don't have any particular skills that I'm trained in that would be better. I would prefer it if it was not charm, persuasion, or deception, because I'm particularly bad at those. Okay,
well, it can just be not that then. Yes, that's fine.
It can just be like
roll for greeting.
Yeah. It's not enough of you trying to, manipulate people for it to be persuasion. So yes, it can just be a straight up roll. Yeah.
Am I likable?
I mean,
maybe.
It looks like it. Yeah. So you're
swords are like dwarves.
You're so rolled a 19 for anybody needing to know.
Nice.
For the podcast, we'll say that's what that's for.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And there's a minor special effect that comes with that as well. Some kind of minor narrative boon that can come with that. And I think we can easily just say that, once you start using their amphitheater and like projecting magically some words in the sky, you start to get a couple of people either braver or curious or dumber, like that start to head out. And like some of the people stick their kind of heads out their doors and their tongues start to taste the air. And then as they slowly kind of make their way towards you, there seems to be this person very clearly revered by a couple of people, because there's some very buff looking Saurians escorting an incredibly frail tiny Saurian woman covered in various shawls and rags and things, and they seem to be leading the charge towards you guys, and they stand at the top of the amphitheater steps, and I think there's 5 of them around her. And 2 of them start making their way down, and they stand at the bottom of the steps, and then the other 3 are kind of up, and one of them helps her, takes her by the hand, and she slowly, and it's painfully slow, right? And because it's the amphitheater, you hear her labored breath, you hear her steps, and the slap of her bare saurian scales on the floor, and it's this is incredibly highly polished stone that you're on, so the centre of the town is clearly a very either well used, well walked place. It's not so much that it's been done out of decoration, other than just use, that it's as highly polished as it is. And after a long time, she gets kind of to the bottom. She just pats the Saurian man on the arm, as if let go of me, but also thank you at the same time, as she starts shuffling. Then she produces some kind of gnarled cane thing out from her shawls, and she starts clacking that on the ground for extra support, as if she'd been hiding it from them before, and then starts shuffling her way towards you guys. And then she kind of turns her head to the side, and her like very like vibrant green eye stares at everyone. And then she kind of like, again, the tongue like hisses out a little bit, and her teeth are displayed, and they're all like, again, wizened, and she definitely looks like she's probably the eldest of the town. And she says, "Hello."
In Cascading?
Yeah.
Hello, pleased to meet you.
"We'll see about that, won't we?" And then kind of taps her cane on the floor as if making a point. And then you hear the grunts of the other like saurians that flank her, as if they're not impressed by strangers. Clearly, she seems quite cookie.
Yes, we apologise for dropping in.
And she kind of chuckles a bit to herself, and kind of stifles a cough, and she says, "Where did you drop in from? And why?"
Cascade, would you believe?
"I would believe it, but where?"
Cascade.
And she
City.
kind of, "Oh,
Well,
fancy."
Yes, we're from the Arcana tree.
And she kind of like shakes her head a bit, and as if to listen again, and then says, "I'm sorry, my hearing. You're from..."
I tried to maybe enunciate slightly more about the Arcana tricks.
Okay.
Magic. I wiggle my fingers.
Yeah, that seems nice for you, dear.
Thank you.
she definitely knows what that is. Yes, so that light and roar, does that happen often here?
Is that why you're here from your fancy... She wiggles her fingers back.
Probably, to be honest. We're on a hunt, as it were.
I see. Her eye narrows as she's staring at you guys. And she goes, "A hunt? For answers or something else?" She kind of chuckles to herself again.
Or omelette.
She kind of like goes, what's that, son?" She like puts her hand up to her as if, same gesture she gave Myr'ra.
I do it now that I've said it out loud. Like that just came into my head, but I would like it if we could just find an egg and make omelette with it, and then have the eggshells.
Also, welcome, Alexander.
Hello.
Hi.
Do you want to do your intro now, since you're here?
My name is Alexander. Tonight I'm going to be playing Lockheart Dourf, Empathic speaker. It's exactly the sort of person you want when a dinosaur's about to eat you.
And who's probably cringing at the way Falkwin is leading the conversation with this town elder.
I have faith.
Oh. So, do we dive back in at that?
Yeah, of course you do.
Do we have catch up to do?
No, omelette, that's fine.
Okay. Yes, we're looking for eggs, or rather, eggshells of the checks notes. Dinosaurs? No.
King's lizard.
Friend.
Best, yes.
She kind of chuckles and goes, eggshells, much easier to hunt. Less dangerous.
Yes.
Except those ones.
Yes, please.
She chuckles again to herself.
You kept them?
She kind of like raises an ocular ridge where her eyebrows would be, and goes, "What's that, son?"
I think I misheard you there.
Yeah, so she said, much easier to hunt those ones. She says, except those ones, is what she said. So she's making a joke that eggshells are easier to hunt than whatever she thought you were here to hunt initially.
Mm-hmm.
And then she's saying, not those ones, though.
Those ones are hard. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I see. Yes, we understand that the mothers might be troublesome.
She chuckled. Aren't all of mothers?
Certainly.
Sure you wouldn't be here if it wasn't for a troublesome mother?
Indeed.
Kind of looks at everyone like almost tasting the air with her tongue. And then saying, "Well, I'm going to sit down now." And then she shuffles back to where the steps of the big amphitheater are.
Would you like some tea?
And she kind of like stops on the spot and pivots quicker than you think she should move. And she goes, "You have tea?
Yes.
What kind of tea?"
Oh, I pull out my tea.
Yeah.
And so I have a version of chamomile on.
And like the defensive body language of like several of the Saurian men like start to like enclose as if don't try anything funny, don't poison, our village elder.
I check. I'm like, is there anything you're like allergic to or can't have? And
just poor friends.
I don't think I know what that is. Okay.
So I don't know if you heard me or not, but she said just poor friends.
Yeah.
That's what she's allergic to.
I was like, I don't know that plant. That's fair. I think Myr'ra would probably also like be like, oh, maybe that's the nickname for one.
While you're rummaging through your teas, do you want to catch Alexander up while you set up your tea? Right, this lady.
I just never my little tea ritual is.
So
we're on Dinosaur Island.
Yep, we landed in a marketplace. Everyone's scarpered.
The light and the big roar seemed to happen and then stop.
I know.
It wasn't like an ongoing.
It wasn't us beaming in.
We don't know that.
We don't know.
It doesn't seem to be to us, like 'cause it happened over there, and it wasn't like anywhere near us or anything. And but yeah, people ran away. They were scared.
We tried chapping some doors. They didn't seem keen. So Myr'ra went and flew up to kind of get a lay of the land. Quite a big town. We went to what seemed like kind of the important amphitheatre at the centre of the town. And Falkwin basically set up some sort of like... I don't know how I would even describe it. He did some skywriting with magic and kind of projected his voice, basically saying, "We come in peace. Come and talk to us. Hello."
I'm also going to take this opportunity to just remind everyone, for everybody that's ever played D&D, Skywrite as a spell is the most useful fucking spell ever. And it came up in a previous game where someone told me it was useless. Dylan, I'm looking at you to call you out, Dylan, who played Myr'ra in Arc 1 of this game. And the amount of uses that Skywrite has is insane in a fantasy world. Okay, ran it over. So useful. Any questions, Alexander?
So then you found your way to an amphitheatre with an elder?
So the amphitheatre, Myr'ra flew up into the sky, had a look around, could only really see the kind of like layout of the town because it's night time, and it obviously seems to be marketplace is active at night because obviously very, desert-y style economy people here, so they don't go out during the day much. So it seems everybody seems to have built everything around this central point, which seems to be a fairly large, like 360 style amphitheatre that all like steps down and down and down. As the party stepped into it, even their footsteps and like breathing and stuff was like louder as they were walking into the centre of it. And then Falkwin did his skywriting and then said some of the phrases from the guidebook and then rolled a 19 and I kind of cashed in the special as just the elder being willing to come talk to them straight away instead of just having to go find the elder after chatting to some villagers. So yeah, the elder seems to be flanked by 5 very buff Saurian soldier looking men, and then a very long ass time of her climbing down the steps very slowly, hunched over, covered in various like shawls and rags and things. And she's started a conversation and now she's about to have a cup of tea.
Is the architecture of the amphitheatre the same as sort of the village?
Yeah, it's all like sandstone-y style, like carved stone. For the most part, it looks fairly old. The buildings itself. So it seems like this settlement's been here for quite a while. Very much lived in, homely, etc. Certain buildings have like height marks carved in to the outskirts themselves. Obviously, people marking their growth and various things like that. The amphitheatre itself is also like carved out of the same stone, but it's really, really smooth, which seems to be more from wear rather than design. So it does look like it might just have been sandstone at one point, but it's used that often, it's like quite polished.
Right. When you said it sort of looked like the place had kind of grown around it, I wondered if it was a pre-existing structure, but no, it sounds like it's...
I mean, it could have been, and then they've built stuff around it, but you didn't ask them that for specifics, but it doesn't look like that, at least.
Yeah, there's not like a delineation of styles of architecture, it's all consistent.
Yeah. Yep. But this definitely looks like it had the most care done to it, because it seems like this is where their community aspect kind of factors in. Be that, again, their political form or their entertainment form or whatever it is. It seems well enough used that, you know, everything was built with that in the center point. So yeah. Yeah, like she sits down on the third step or something. Again, the soldiers don't kind of budge from their standing position. All arrayed around her, but like definitely like one stays near her and then four of them kind of flank a border around her, but they don't like impede you guys, other than they flank you guys, if that makes sense, but they don't like get in her way and you guys. There's definitely a lot of respect for the elder. She sits just kind of watching you brew some tea. Some of the soldiers look quite not antsy, but they don't look comfortable with the idea that she's about to possibly just drink some random brew from a stranger.
Yeah,
obviously.
Yeah. I definitely make enough that like they can have some if they want some. Like I'll drink some, and like make it very clear that I'm not attempting to poison her.
But yeah, and she kind of just like watches quite pleasantly, and like, you know, you can see that one eye's on you and the other one's just like scanning the group, etc. Yeah, is anyone wanting to ask anything of her to break this weird ritual that's happening, or are we just waiting for the tea to be served?
God.
What's that you want to ask?
We're just waiting, just very awkward looking at the people who are better at talking.
But again, Ignysera, you tower over these guys, because you're quite tall, you not? From what I remember. So, like, their Saurians are usually relatively hunched, over, whereas the Dragonkin are very proudly, like, shoulders back,
tall and straight as possible,
Yep. But you definitely don't necessarily think you could take all five of them. Let's put it that way. Like, you could maybe get two, like, fairly comfortably, but they look fairly... You know, for a town like this, it's weird that she'd have 5, never mind 1 guard like this, right? So that kind of like guarding. It rings in your head that she must be important because of that, or whatever she represents, or whatever, right? Like, but the idea that they've spent 5 of these people on her is odd, even for someone like a village elder. It would imply she is more important in some way, just based on your knowledge of, you know, like militant tactics, I guess. I mean, I guess Lockheart, something like that would probably, you know, ring true with you, considering you're specifically looking for people like this to guard a queen.
And just in general, it was like, a big person. Let's keep them fighting someone else. Have we introduced ourselves at all, or?
You just can do that now. Yeah.
Well, Lockheart might sort of... I think probably as the tea is sort of preparing, sort of say, "Wow, we are delighted to have met you. My name is Lockheart Dourf. I'm from a continent far away. These are some of the companions that I travel with."
And like they have, like you have said to her so far, that these are from Cascade City, and the Arcanatrix for some of you, right? So we've got at least that conveyed over. So I love that you still say a continent far away. But would you change the way you said that, having known that? Because we did omit that, sadly, for the catch-up, Alexander. But would you still say it as Lockhart, or?
Well, so you mentioned Cascade.
Cascade City. was mentioned.
Yeah, Cascade City, so not Dank.
Correct.
Which is where Lockhart's from. So, you might say, you probably would add on that, a faraway continent beyond Cascade City. But still, faraway land.
And she kind of just nods. I am just pleasantly listening to your words. And then, does anyone else cut in and introduce themselves, or?
I probably should.
Yeah.
I was talking. Yes. Also, I'm Falkwin. Pleased to meet you again.
Kind of just again nods. Clearly one eye on the group, the other eye is still on this kettle.
Away from the kettle.
I would just kind of take a step forward, nod, and just be like, Ignysera, Emberveil, from Libratus, the span.
And nods. And she goes, well, of course you are.
Yeah. I'm again, we'll wave and just be like, Myr'ra, Pentergast. I'm from Cascade City.
And nods as well. And she goes, don't let these 5 fool you. They're all brothers. And they do talk. And she kind of looks at all of them. And they all look at each other really confused. Like, what the fuck? Whether they understand Cascading is a different story or not. Because obviously she's speaking that. But they all just raise their ocular ridges and look at each other confused. As if, what's she saying about us? Because they can clearly tell it's about them and probably a dig. Which does again convey some familiarity, as if these people are relatively close. And then she goes, well, as you may have guessed, I'm somewhat of the elder for my people here. So they make a fuss, as you can imagine. Just a very, very felt sigh at that. And you can even see her body language, her shoulder slump and stuff when she sighs, as if that in itself is a burden. And she goes, my name is Madam TTOT. Funny that you should offer me such, and gestures to the kettle. I'll pop her name in somewhere for you.
Okay, now here's the game of what have you written down and how close is it to what Viktor's written down?
This is why I'm just like, yeah.
Always fun.
I just wrote TT, OT, as in TEA, as in the event. Her name is literally TTOT. Oh, so close.
You can now see why she might have been so eager to have been offered a cup of tea.
Lovely.
I will also add that this NPC has existed in my creative sphere since I think 2010. So yeah, they've been around a wee while now.
Oh my gosh, she's deaf important.
At least the concept is, the name's been around for ages. So yeah, and she kind of again chuckles to herself after she says that and gestures to the kettle. And you said you're here to hunt some eggshells.
Yes. Some dangerous eggshells, as we understand.
And she clacks the gnarled cane, off the sandstone twice, almost as if acknowledgement, or punctuation. Just, yes, wandering the jungles of the island aren't encouraged alone. Never mind so young. She looks at all of you. Shakes her head a bit.
A couple of times for me, I don't know if I did for others.
She says, wandering the jungles of the island isn't encouraged for people so young and inexperienced.
Ignysera, I was just thinking that's rude. Inexperienced.
You can tell she means in the island rather than but yeah. Still a hit on the pride, right? Still there.
Are there any who might act as our guide in that case?
She kind of goes, well, my wandering days are over, unfortunately, and she chuckles to herself. Like gestures to like the cane. She goes, but I'm sure I could encourage one or two with better knees to follow you. But why should I?
Yeah, I got nothing there.
Well,
I suppose we could see what that was.
Yeah, we never quite got a solid answer to the question earlier. Does that happen
Does this happen
often?
along?
Yeah.
And she goes, I don't know you well enough to have a full conversation yet, as you can imagine. Perhaps we should all share a secret with each other and become whisper friends first. And she grunts to the brothers. And then the brothers just give her a look, as if, really? And then she like taps the cane. I keep wanting to say staff, but it's a cane. She taps the cane like once. And then they all just walk away.
Oh.
They still stay like, but they go to like the edges of the amphitheater. Which is kind of almost like a more like symbolic gesture, because we know they'll hear whatever she says here anyway. But the implication is that they've went away to be out of earshot. But it's the amphitheater she's still sat in. So, it's like a moot point. So yeah, and then you can tell this is like a weird sign of trust ritual thing they seem to have. Just, who would like to share first?
What sort of secrets?
Oh,
do I have secrets?
And she kind of leans in and goes, "Oh, a good one, please."
Good one.
And ideally one you haven't shared with each other, possibly. She kind of like looks quite excited at the idea.
Often has a think about that.
I guess Lockheart might step forward, or not step forward, but I guess he'll probably come and say, well, if this is how we'll find out more about each other, I do look forward to hearing your secret. But I guess we should get things going. I'm known for being very, well, perhaps upfront is the wrong word, but I give out a lot. So secrets are perhaps a difficult one for me to tell, but also a difficult one for me to have. So I guess a deep secret of mine that they don't know, perhaps one that I try not to know about myself either, and probably lean in a little bit to them and say, I don't know what I want.
She kind of gives you like a wide-eyed smirk.
Is that the secret?
Is this Alexander still telling me he's not leveled his character up, or like?
No. Is checking because he was sure he wasn't at that stage. But also slightly related to some of the previous stuff. And I guess I have had chances of trying to influence the world in various ways, but don't truly know what it is that I want to achieve out of it.
And she kind of gives you a look over and she goes, so you've come to the island to find yourself?
I hope that perhaps it might lead me in a direction.
Kind of like strokes her chin a bit as she looks at you, and kind of like you can tell like halfway through this rally she's been making like this weird noise with her mouth. It's almost like a It only becomes like properly audible like when she starts kind of like lifting her chin up a bit. She goes, interesting. And you've came here to find other things, but you're not even sure that you'll find yourself here.
I guess I don't know that I ever truly will find myself. But it's as good a place as any to look.
She gives you like a really deep look. Like she's clearly looking through you type look. And goes, okay, and then looks at somebody else.
Oh, well. Good one. I could never describe this as something good. And I don't even really know if it's my secret. But it's something that I'm not running from, but something I've turned my back on. And Vulcan kind of like looks everyone else in the eye, kind of one at a time, and kind of lingers more on Ignysera with a kind of like some sort of like weird internalized guilt. Like it's a complicated look, right? He's not really guilty about this himself, but it's something that there's guilt there, even though he feels like he shouldn't be. But anyway, yes, my parents are nobles of Denk, and they are funding a criminal syndicate in Libratus.
Whoa!
I don't like talking about them.
She kind of looks you up and down. And she goes, and you're worried that the fruit is as rotten as the tree? And she like gestures with her finger.
I don't like to think about that. I think I stand on my own. I've not relied on their support for many years now.
I see. And if you were to stand in their way, how would you feel?
Fuck them. You don't need them anymore.
You can feel like there's an Aluben approves of this in the corner, like just that sensation of her being like, good, independence is good. She's maybe not the best role model, mind you, but but yeah, and then like Madam TTOT like kind of nods to that and goes, someone who's lost themselves and someone who was deliberately cast off their past. Maybe you could use his old one. She kind of chuckles between the two of you. Then she goes, and then just looks to the others.
Well, in continuing, maybe not being where we're supposed to be, I shouldn't have been invited in the very first place. But you see, we had another companion called Myr'ra, very similar to my name, and I maybe received some communications, went for her, and found out about this opportunity to get out of the library and maybe be a bit more practical in my pursuit of magic. Having had some people tell me that I wouldn't be any good at that, I maybe finangled to get the invite. So maybe stole someone else's opportunity in an indirect kind of way. But yes, I hadn't told anyone that.
I see. If you could go back and not do that, though, would you? Or do you think that you being here has been important?
I think a better person might say they would go back and change, but I do think my contributions have been valued and important.
I think the better person would realise that they cannot change the past. They can only change now. Clicks her cane on the floor. Very adamant, no, now matters, She kind of nods. Almost approvingly at that one. And just looks smiling at you. Ignysera.
Ignysera just kind of well, in one of my first assignments as a bodyguard, I was tasked with protecting a high-ranking diplomat during a negotiation. And when a violent incident broke out, I spotted a young civilian trapped and reaching for help. And I could have saved them. But my training told me not to move. My orders were clear and I had to protect the charge. So I did. The noble survived and the civilian did not. And I never told anyone.
I see. And again, would you go back and change this outcome if you could, or do you think you made the right decision?
I would change it.
Why?
I don't know.
Do you think the value of that child's life is more than the one you saved?
No. But I just remember their fate.
He kind of chuckles a bit, and it's not to make light of the situation, it's more just a case of someone listening to the worries of a child versus an adult being that's not a worry, don't worry about it. Do you know what I mean? Type thing. And she kind of says, I think you made the right decision. But the guilt shouldn't go away. It should just make the next decision better. Kind of nods. Well, those are interesting. Thank you. I am. Kalli looks well pleased with herself. Suppose you'll be wanting to hear a secret from me now. It gets harder and harder to have them to share when nobody else has heard them, because when you get to my age, it chuckles again. Everybody's bloody heard everything. So, I stubbed my toe this morning, but that's not that exciting. I didn't tell him about that though. Still hurts actually as well. She rubs her foot. You get old and then, well, things don't heal as quickly as they used to. Yeah. Well, I'm old. Really old. Older than Saurians get. And without jeopardizing my people, I need to be. For them. Give you all the severest of looks when her tone shifts when she says that. And she says, and sacrifice has been made. Horrible sacrifice has been made to ensure this. But it is vital to the survival of my kind. So how's the tea coming along?
I think it's ready.
She kind of nods.
I bought tea.
Yeah. And she quite eagerly takes a cup with no hint of her own safety.
I look relatively panicked.
Yeah.
I'm just going to develop an allergy to something in this moment.
What kind of tea did you make her, out of interest?
It probably would have been chamomile, echinacea, All those nice, like, sleepy time teas.
There's really nice hemlock that I.
Ah, yes, my arsenic tea.
Yeah, and like, you know, she like inhales a bit of it through like her nostrils. She like has her like tongue stuck out the whole time, and then she like starts like lap at it, and then tips some into her mouth, and then kind of like clearly like savouring it as if she's at some kind of fancy wine tasting. She goes, it's good. It's good. Yeah. Just sugar, but that's fine.
It's harder to keep. Tends to clump together a bit.
She like lifts her cane and like sits it over her knee, and then like twists the top of it off, and then like tips some sugar out of the tip of it. And goes, I'm not allowed sugar. That's another secret. And then she tips some into the cup, and then gestures to the rest of you like, anyone? So some strange old lady is offering you some white crystals from her walking stick.
Maybe not. She's drinking it. So
yeah, 100%. Yeah. So yeah, anyone that takes it obviously can have some sugar for their tea. And then
she's got connections to the La Framboise narcotics.
Yeah, exactly. Turns out she's like the silent partner in your parents' racket. But yeah,
this is where they grow the drugs.
Maybe. So yeah, she does that, and like very surreptitiously puts the cane back together and looking at her 5 slightly distant bodyguards, and she goes, well, it doesn't happen that often, you know. Points vaguely at the direction of the light where it came from. It's just when he gets riled up, you know, agitated, decides to remind us he's there, you know. But normally he's a lovely chap.
Who?
Kind of like, you've come to the island to hunt, but you don't know who's here. She chuckles quite loudly, like almost manically.
And research is fairly thin on the ground.
Oh dear. Just shakes her head disapprovingly at everybody. Goes, I feel like I might be the only one to know these secrets if you go wandering into the jungle, not to put you off or anything, but please don't go. Like, you can tell that there's a concern in her voice, like, yous will all just die. Kind of like shakes her head and she goes, Namaj Neb, the ruler of this island?
Have we ever heard that name?
No. None of you have.
We have that name written down.
You can,
That's
yes.
a great name.
I'll put it in the chat as well for you, don't worry. Yeah.
I have just thought of the fact that are these lizards not called the king's best friend lizard? Why didn't we think there'd be a king that they were friends with? It never occurred to us.
No, I just thought that was just...
Oh, just a play on Tyrannosaurus Rex.
I mean, it can be 2 things. I have skill.
So,
The conspiracy wall failed us.
I've written it down, Victor. I've written it down. I did actually call that earlier.
You did, and I laughed. I laughed.
Call it.
I laughed when you called it. I also had to pour back through really old fucking notebooks to remember exactly how I wrote it down. Which, by the way, might I add, was before Arc 4 had started, according to this. So, here we are.
But a few weeks ago, then.
A mere 20 sessions ago, yes.
So we've heard who Namaj Neb is, but what is Namaj Neb?
Why?
I'll do you one better.
What is he doing? Where are they?
So, let me just write some things down so I don't forget them. I'm just going to write the phrase whisper friends down.
I love that.
Whisper friends. And then Namaj Neb, king of the island. So, he's asked her, like, who and what and various other questions about Namaj Neb. He's the island protector. It's his home. We are but guests in his land. And he's probably going to eat you if he finds you.
Was that him that we likely just heard?
Oh, yeah. Nobody else is as loud.
I think
But what?
Lockhart probably just have like a bit of a side eye to Falkwin.
I mean, Falcon's not quite that loud. Not yet.
One day.
Think of what he could learn from Namaj Neb.
She kind of goes, so, you sure you want to go after him?
Are we perhaps going after his friends? Not him.
And the difference is, if somebody came after one of your friends, and they're not coming after you?
If it's the things that my friends leave behind, it's less of my concern, but...
Insert Nori here. Like, cleaning up after the things friends leave behind. I think she gives you like a long look when you say that to her, Lockheart, though. And then she goes, I'd learn to be shorter in word with Namaj Neb. I don't think he'll have the patience to hear you out.
But he can be spoken to.
Anything can be spoken to.
Oh. Spoken with?
He can be conversed with.
No.
All right.
More interpreted.
What is he? Is he a person or a beast or?
Yeah, something between those two. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I've never spoke with him. But I've definitely, we have an understanding. We wouldn't have settled here if it wasn't for his permission.
How did you get his permission?
By not getting eaten.
Okay.
She kind of chuckles to herself again, because we didn't go hunting him or his friends.
Right.
Just, he has the middle of the island, his friends have the other bit, and we have this bit.
So his friends aren't with him?
She kind of like, again, looks at you and cocks her head and goes, What's that? What's that you say? With him?
His friends aren't in the same area as him. They're off somewhere else.
No, unless he's hungry.
He eats his friends?
And she kind of gives you like a funny look with her eye, and then chuckles to herself, a bit like a private joke, clearly. And then she says, well, I wouldn't say they're friends afterwards.
Is the friendship one-sided because the friends are particularly tasty?
I'd say if my friends were tasty, it might become quite one-sided. Yeah, if I got hungry. She chuckles again. Gives you all like a funny look as if she's making a joke threat, right? Like trying to be like a spooky lady telling a ghost story vibe. But clearly she's like mocking the severity of the conversation. She goes, well, big things eat small things. That's just kind of how it is. Don't you get any ideas, though? She points to you, Ignysera.
Just kind of no.
See, I've stolen all your tongues.
Uh-huh.
So, Given that we're not particularly hunting his friends, more just their eggshells, not even their eggs, just the shells. Getting our hands on those shells surely must be a little bit easier than one of his friends.
You could barely touch them, no bother. But it's when they attack you in return, it would be the difficult part. So, yeah, nods, as if like playing the whole pantomime in our head. Like, yeah, kind of nods in agreement. But they would chase you.
Okay.
Very territorial. Also, it's not just King's best friend and Namaj Neb. There's like the whole, and then whatever translation for ecosystem that fits best here.
So this would certainly be a challenging expedition. One more question.
Oh, don't limit yourself. Have as many as you like. There's more tea, yeah? She like gestures.
I want more tea.
Yep.
Then, okay, yes, you're right. Sorry. Next question then. Me. Did you know a person called Amvin?
She kind of like pauses, like holding her
sun.
And then she kind of goes, "Oh," like as if a bit of a shock to her. She's like, trying to steady her hand under the kettle while you're filling up her cup. Then she sits back and like unscrews the cap again, looking at the five brothers, tipping in more sugar, closing it off again, and then looks at you and goes, "You know Amblin," and sips the tea. This is where Dylan would just be like.
I don't personally, but my companions here have also not met him. Had more interaction with his.
Had correspondence? You not even that? He wrote a letter and we didn't.
He's like, NPCs know of.
By reputation.
Mm-hmm. His reputation precedes him.
She kind of nods and she goes, "Lovely young man. Memory's not quite what it used to be, mind you, but that wasn't yesterday, that's for sure. Neither was kissed by the sun." She kind of says slightly somberly.
We heard about her passing.
Well, it happens to all of us. There's an Alabama vibe. As she says that, yep. Clearly a disagreement there, but okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you've come for memories of the long dead and some eggshells. How curious that you'd brave his island.
Honestly, we were just intrigued by the name.
She kind of just nods and goes, "Yeah, it's catchy." We don't
What
go
are we
at
asking,
that.
guys? I don't know what to ask.
Yeah, where we are.
We'll have a pause moment while Chris does his introduction, shall we? So welcome, Chris. Do you want to do your introduction?
Me? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm Chris. I'm going to be Nori Nediam, a half-elven explorer who likes to infiltrate.
Mm-hmm. Hi! Welcome.
Sorry I'm late. My apologies.
That's okay. Glad to have you regardless. Do you want to do a wee catch-up, folks, for Chris's benefit?
Secrets.
Okay, we're on Dinosaur Island.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I knew that much from last time.
Yeah. Yeah.
I remember that much.
We didn't cause big light, big roll. Not our fault.
That's disappointing.
The king's best friend is in fact the best friend of the king.
Yes.
If best friend means favourite prey.
Yeah. We're in a village, quite big. Sandstone buildings. Everybody ran away from us because obviously we poofed into the middle of the market. Whoops. We did some recon. We saw a big amphitheatre. We headed to there. We have met the elder. She's very cool. She's called Madam TTOT. Awesome.
Okay.
And seems very old. Has implied is older than she should be.
Yeah. Has to be for the village.
That's the weird vibe that people who are too old in this world give us.
Okay.
She's got 5 guards. That seems like a lot.
Even for an elder.
Yeah.
My thought at the moment is that she might be less of an elder and more of a kind of like goddess queen, like sort of Modesta Lara flavoured person. Maybe not quite Modesta Lara level, but...
We also know historically that the Saurians were the other people who could have rivaled the Iron Root.
Yeah.
Yes.
But they passed down oral history because they are quite short-lived. Yeah. So there was a lot of oral tradition passing down. Maybe something has changed if they're trying to keep all of their knowledge in this one lady.
Who's sneaking sugar.
Yeah, I'm sneaking sugar when she shouldn't be.
And collecting secrets.
Yes.
She collected secrets from us.
Yeah.
So that's something that's worth focusing on, I guess, is everyone shared a secret that even the group hadn't heard about each other with Madame TTOT, because she wanted to establish that you should become whisper friends first before she would talk about whatever caused the light from the middle of the island and the roar. So everyone did, in fact, share a secret. Just want to give the briefest summary very quickly for Nori's benefit of what your secret was. Feel free to do it in whatever order you wish.
So, only Nori's going to give us a secret.
What's Nori's secret?
This is to help Nori fill in the Whisper Friend's missing piece of information to buy Chris time to come up with a secret.
I'm trying to, Yep,
don't worry, I'm buying you time, don't worry. So, Lockhart, do you want to go first since you went first?
So, Lockhart's secret is that he doesn't actually know what he wants. He's a very scheming, conniving guy, but actually doesn't have an end goal.
It's always been in the service of others, right? So
yeah, it's always been kind of well, surely figure out something like that by getting more power and control, but still actually doesn't have that.
It's the dog chasing the car, isn't it? Not sure what they will do with it when they have it, but are happy to chase it nonetheless.
Falkwin's secret is that the reason he's estranged from his family is his parents are funding a criminal syndicate in Libratus.
I love that. Yeah. It's so cool.
Yep.
Myr'ra's secret is due to the similarity in their names, you received communication meant for Myr'ra at the very beginning of this, and so found out that there was going to be some kind of mission and had been accused of only being good at book learning, and so seized the opportunity to finagle her way into a more active role. And so maybe stole someone else's place in that room with Douglas Dugal.
Good old Douglas.
Ignysera, yeah, she protected a noble that she was supposed to be guarding rather than a civilian who's like a younger child. And she feels very guilty about it.
Yeah, she chose duty over saving the innocent person.
Yeah.
It's good. Good, some nice secrets. Madame TTOT shared the fact that she's very old for her kind, older than her kind get, and that came at great sacrifice to her people, but is very much needed to ensure the survival of her people. Also, she's not allowed sugar, but does MD want some? And she has unscrewed the cap of her walking stick and shared sugar with people.
And she stubbed her toe this morning.
And she'd stubbed her toe that morning as well, and it still hurts. And it still hurts.
Very important.
Can we translate sugar to being Werther's originals?
No, it does seem like sugar granules of some kind, yeah, some kind of crystalline substance, but that's why people did and didn't accept her sugar, I think, for various reasons, and the tea that Myr'ra had made to the group. So yeah, what's Nori's Whisper Friend's secret that he shares with the group?
I have no idea, I'm struggling.
Okay.
I think on my... Now, hold on. Secrets between us, because you kind of have been, for being somebody that's very stealthy and secretive, I'm kind of, everything I've kind of spoke about is out there.
She did say secrets that you haven't told even your friends here, right? So it is meant to be something that only Nori would really know. And like arguably other people know that the stuff that Ignysera did, right? Like from a factual point of view, but they don't necessarily know how she feels about it. Which was the secret, is the guilt that Ignysera carries about that. So, yeah, and obviously people definitely know that Falkwin's parents run a crime syndicate because the people employed by them will know that. But doesn't mean to say that they know the fact that Falkwin didn't share that with people here. The people here didn't know that. Madame TTT definitely seems not to have known that. And also Falkwin doesn't seem to care about his parents. It was another reveal kind of in the package. In a degree, like that was more meta though than anything. So yeah, it probably should be something with some spice.
Can I use my name?
Can use whatever you like, as long as it's a secret.
And you don't care. Yeah. Okay.
Well, I didn't give MD any prep time on that question. Everybody was just hit with it.
Right.
So
I just made something up. Okay. One of the many things Nori is investigating then is the meaning of his name. Because over the years, Nori has realized that if you reverse the two names that he has, Nori and Medium, they actually spell out Iron Maiden. And he doesn't know whether that has anything to do with... That's part of his further investigations.
So I have also just found a random character secret generator, because of course I have.
Perfect.
I love that that's a thing.
Yeah, and one of the examples here is, few know that your character has a crush on a depressed sidekick. And I think that's glorious.
Very specific.
It's so specific. The previous one was, few people know that your character had sex with a spoony cab driver. And I didn't understand really what that meant. A spoony cab driver?
Big taxi?
No idea.
So, very odd. And then the other one here was, if you know that your character is the child of a major villain. But I think we know that now from Falkwin.
Yeah.
It is a bit of a, stock situation.
We've also got, few know that your character hates children.
Yeah.
Yep. And your character is the sibling of a minor protagonist. And I'm like, what's a minor protagonist? Is that like mild peril? Like, so yeah, those are great. Might just have to save that somewhere as well, because we like random generators. So we know if we need some character lore, we've got a secret generator.
Makeup.
So yeah, as you say about, obviously you want to kind of unpack the secret of your name, like Madame TTOT kind of like acknowledges that and goes, Lots of history and power can be wrapped up in a name. It's probably worth knowing the intention behind its gift to you. Whether you should thank your parents or, well, kind of chuckles again to herself. This very old Saurian lady. She's hunched over and hugging her little mug of tea that she's been provided. And then we fast forward to, do you want to tell Chris some of the other stuff that she has revealed as, now that these are whisper friends?
Oh, the king that's in the middle. His name is Namaj Neb. And we ask, is he a beast or is he a person? Kind of both. in between, so we're not quite sure there.
And it's his island.
And he allowed them to stay by not killing them. Essentially,
might be a bit
okay.
correlation causation
because they don't bother with him. They don't hunt like his king's best friend or anything. They stay on their bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
We only want a piece of the shell, don't we?
We've tried to argue that.
We need, was it 5?
Like 5 eggs worth of
5 eggs worth of shell. Yeah, that's
with permission or without permission of the king. That's still to be decided.
Well, it's his favourite food, essentially. That's why they're his friends. He likes to eat them.
He's not their friend.
He's their friend. Yeah,
I also like the fact that Hannah had decided to say, wait, they're king's best friends. Why did we never ask about a king?
Yeah.
We've known that.
I just assumed it was just that's just the name of them. Yeah. It's just what they are.
An oversight on that.
we're all very detail oriented people.
Definitely.
But this is why Alexander's think this whole arc has been, if Viktor gives you a name, overanalyze the hell out of it. And I'm like, no.
I've been doing that since you pulled serotonin on me.
Yes. That was only going to be her married name. Tell them her unmarried name.
Cerebellum.
Yes. Hey, so that was a joke I made in the Wednesday game, and it gave me 20 sessions worth of content about them trying to steal a bride-to-be from a potential vampire wedding, might I add. 20 sessions of content.
Including Chiroptera, the bat guy.
Yep, Lord
I'm
Chiro.
reminded of the very mediocre isekai anime Gate, which, as one of its redeeming features, there was the Princess Pina, and all you heard about her was her first name for so long. And then when she was finally put into the situation where she had to state her whole name, it was, I order you in the name of Princess Pina Colada.
Yeah, gotta love a good joke name, right? But anyway, in this game, yes. So 5 eggs worth of eggshells from a king's best friend lizard that may or may not be in the territorial donut that surrounds Nemajneb's territory. And we know they give off strong pheromones that you'll likely be coated in by going near the eggs, which may or may not make you a problem now that you might realise for the king's best friend lizards. Might make you a problem for Nemajneb.
Because if we smell like the thing he likes to eat, probably eat us. Yeah. But I just
noticed something. That took me way too long.
Welcome. I think Alexander got there through prophecy first, and then eventually.
Didn't even. Yeah.
Okay.
The washing the pheromones off the eggshells.
Well, Hannah has a cipher for that.
I've got a cipher for that.
But that's not what Kalli noticed.
No, I know Nemajneb. It's Benjamin backwards.
Also, does sound like a really cool creature name from an island, though. Nemajneb.
It also reminds me of that again. I'm so sorry, I'm going to reference The Simpsons. The Simpsons episode of Join the Navy.
Yep. Even Netyash. Yeah, I was a child of influence. Yeah.
It does sound like a very cool name. It does work.
That's why I was hoping that we would have had Jet for this adventure, because I think Scott would have thoroughly loved the fact that Nemajneb is the king of Dinosaur Island.
Yeah.
It felt appropriate for Scott.
This is Big Brother H. Pisage with a brightly coloured coat.
No, not quite. So, that's the information, I guess, to catch Nori up. is that there's a giant T-Rex eating creature in charge of the island that seems to be chill with the Saurians having settled here for what seems like quite a while based on the age of this town.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't look like a recent structure.
Well, I don't know if we mentioned it, but she remembers Master Amblin as a young man and still seemed quite sad about whatever happened to Kissed by the Sun.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, it does.
And that's where you came in.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
where we got.
I was going to ask, does the king protect him in any way from our friends across the water?
You could ask that if you
We
want.
haven't.
You feel indirectly, yes, that fractions probably know about him, so they're not going to come here. So
It could also maybe be part of the reason why she's so old. If some kind of decision was made to protect some kind of knowledge when the Raction started.
She did say that they had a terrible sacrifice in order to do something.
Yeah. And the tone and the music would definitely have went spooky when she said that. Yeah. So does Nori want to ask her any questions?
Yeah, I'm quite happy to ask. Okay, I'll phrase it this way. So the Rakishans don't interfere with your colony here?
Your question is small, but the answer is quite big. The town is safe. But the island recently is not. Have you come about the Rakishans?
We are aware of them, but probably not to the...
She actually shushes you. She's like, shh, as if, not stop talking, just quieter.
Lockhart will lean in and say, they visited our continent recently.
She kind of nods and goes, I know.
Did they come from here?
She kind of nods. And she says, the arrogance of the Rakishans himself was here. We do not know why. But they are on the north east side of the island.
Tail? Is that what the tail would be?
Yeah, it's basically like its backside, I guess. You know, the small of its back.
At the bum.
Yeah.
In memory.
They are still here?
It seems so. Whether or not he is here, I could not say. What did he want with your lands?
When he came to us, he gifted out something that appeared to be a gem that contained something. We're still trying to understand what they are, where they came from. Does that mean anything to you?
No. Just shakes her head very upfrontly, like, nope, those were just words. She goes, what did it contain?
Well, that's what we're still not certain of. We think it might have been some facet or reflections of a soul, or several souls.
She kind of goes a bit wide-eyed at that. Like, like the implications of this are huge. And she kind of says, I don't know if we should be speaking about this further in an amphitheater. And then she kind of like gestures around at the fact that even if you're whispering, it's still going to be quite loud because of the way this place has been designed. Maybe we should go indoors. Discuss this more It seems like now I have a use for you. Chuckles to herself a bit, and then like puts the cane down as if like hoisting herself up. And when she does that, like all 5 of those brothers descend very quickly to help her. Before they get there, though, if you wanted to say anything relatively quiet to her very briefly, you're welcome to, but they'll be there pretty damn quick.
Yeah, it was just sort of a comment about, somewhere where we can further whisper between friends.
Kind of like nods, like to herself, kind of smirking. And yeah, like you get moved to a location that seems to be where she lives, and seems to like it's some kind of fairly open spaced like building, where there's relatively simple sleeping arrangements and stuff. It's not like it's super duper fancy in these sandstone buildings, but either she lives specifically like quite simply, like very Spartan lifestyle. That might be her own choice, especially if she is much older. Maybe she's had to move around a lot until landing here. But it definitely seems like it's somewhere that would also double up as people coming in, possibly for some treatment and stuff, because there's like various almost like medicine woman-y style stuff lying around the place. Like it's definitely a working space as much as it's a living space. She brings you in. She goes, there's not really much in the way of seating, but there's, the floor is comfy enough. And she has a very long saurian chat with the brothers outside, and they have a very.
Can I hear that?
Yeah, and you can definitely roll.
Can I hear them?
Would you like to roll an intellect roll as well, for me?
Yes.
And then they very laboriously have a chat with her to the point where they clearly lose the conversation, and she wins, and the door gets closed with them outside it. But yeah, we can definitely have an intellect roll from Falkwin.
Try to see if I need to roll anything special for this.
I don't think so from memory.
I think it's just flat intellect. So this time I will, unlike last time, remember how much effort I get for free.
How much your edge pays for your effort.
Yes.
Because you did spend resources to get that.
Yeah. So, yes. So if I get 1 effort for free still. When I get 1 more intellect edge, then I get 2 effort for free.
Nice. Let's see what we get when it comes through. So is that 13?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, you start piecing together some of the dialect. Now you can tell through a lot of context and obviously some of the insight from the guidebook and stuff. It's not amazing, but you could probably ask some basic questions now to someone without, like, as long as that person was patient, you'd get somewhere, which is good. So you're starting to kind of piece it back together. A lot of it that you might get might sound quite aggressive because it seems to be aggressive conversation you've picked up between TTOT and some of these very determined, stubborn brothers that seem to want to be responsible for her well-being. And then she has just went, yeah, but I'm older than you, so fuck off. Like, was the gist of it. So, conversations like, I cleaned your backside when you were this high and you're trying to tell me how to look after me? I don't think so. Now move out the way of the door before I stub my other toe. Like, So, yeah. Definitely venerated old woman. And, yeah, she kind of, seems quite chuffed with herself as she comes and sits near Verdi in, some kind of circle in the floor. And, yeah, she sits on, one of the very few stools in the place. And kind of you can again feel the effort it takes when she slumps down. Definitely carrying the years on her quite burdensomely. And she goes, so, the Rakishans. Well, we could use some help and yous aren't Saurian, which gives yous an edge in the potential interactions with the Rakashans if you were to be discovered on the island. As you can imagine, not many Saurians survive encounters with Rakashans. Did you stop? Yep, I said, as you can imagine, not many Saurians survive encounters with Rakashans. With Rakashans.
There we go.
Yeah.
Seems to be certain words. Just seems.
I think it's just my voice.
It's always the key word.
Yeah, I think my voice is just designed to be a cliffhanger now. I've trained it too goddamn well because this is a different headset and everything. So it's not the headset; it's me.
Wild.
You can change the noise floor on Discord settings.
I don't think it's that's the problem. I think it's my tones become background noise if I speak for too long with the same tone. So I just have to enunciate like this to change the...
the other
we didn't lose that, did we? No, we bloody didn't. Yeah, but then I'll be like mid-speech, and then I'll have to I have to train my brain to remember to push to talk, and then I won't do it, and you'll be like, what did you just say? And I'm like, I don't know, it's gone, because I ad-libbed it.
It doesn't take that long to get used to push to talk. I will say.
That's okay, we'll just deal with it. It's a design.
It's going out of fashion now, though.
It makes sure we're paying attention.
Yeah, exactly, right? And it makes sure, by proxy, I'm paying attention to you's paying attention, which is good all round. Yes! I'll just have to speak like Matt Berry now.
I mean, as someone that speaks a lot for a living, it genuinely makes such a difference when you do vary your tone like that. Matt Berry had it figured out.
Yeah, 100%. And he only did that because he was bored when reading lines. I think that's great. So yes, she says that. What do yous reply? Which is mostly that yous aren't likely to be killed on sight if yous were discovered investigating the Rakashans. The Rakashans!
Is there anything specific you would like us to find out? Just why they're here?
Anything that you could find out would be great, because we, as I said, our information is limited, and if we were to cross the island, we would be crossing territories we don't need to.
I suppose that gives us another aim that makes it more worthwhile entering.
And Myr'ra has a moment where she's like, I can only think of the words territorial donut.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's not what to call it in front of this lady. So she does like
the ring of the king's best friend.
You can just call it the friend zone. She chuckles to herself.
The friend zone.
Love it.
Yeah.
That wasn't written down since 2010. That was only 4 minutes ago.
Okay.
I was going to write something else first. What was it?
The Rakashans were here first. Yep.
Probably
Yep.
that.
Yep. It explains how they got across the Expanse Sea maybe as quickly as well. They'd already done half the journey.
Oh, there's got to be. Those gems have to be linked here. They don't have to be.
Seems likely.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't feel like necessarily the Saurians would automatically know if there were like gems on the island. Because it might not be. Like if you're a trade culture, shiny stone is a shiny stone.
Yeah.
Doesn't actually help.
Or if their actions are mining something.
Yeah.
The beam of light, is that the direction that the Rakshans are?
That's Nemaj Neb. He does that.
He does that, okay.
Yes.
What is the question?
I would not be in that if I were you.
What if he's a tiny mouse with a laser beam? Just sat in the middle.
Don't know.
Big Wizard of Oz energy.
Pay no attention to the mouse in the head behind the curtain! Some kind of Wizard of Oz Ratatouille situation going on here.
Okay.
Well, we're not adverse to a bit of political intrigue.
Kind of chuckles at that. Goes, yes, it's funny how often we find ourselves tied up in these things.
This would be quite a bit more than simply political, though.
Try to narrows her eyes at that.
Simply to reach that section of the island is not a journey to be made lightly.
I wouldn't sail.
Well, we don't have a boat, so...
Waves like a clawed hand. And she goes, I can find you a boat. But it wouldn't help. They came by boat. So they'll be guarding the waters. They'd be foolish to be housed in the friend zone. So they must be on the coast.
Okay.
But none of our scouts have come back.
Is that their official name for that part of the island?
That's what she's calling it.
Do you have a map?
I mean, sorry, that might sound better, right? And she goes, a map? She looks around and goes, no. I seem to have left my cartography kit back in... And she just chuckles and she goes, points at whatever direction. And she goes, it's that way, if that helps.
Okay.
And is it only information you're after?
Oh, yeah, if you could bring me back a lovely Rakishan rug, that'd be lovely. This place is a bit chilly. Early hours of the morning. She kind of chuckles to herself. She doesn't even, say no, or dismiss that thought. She just chuckled that thought away. And then laughs a bit more when you say one or two. But again, doesn't actually finish that conversation and leaves it very mysteriously open, or ominously open. And she goes, information is enough to decide what needs to be done. Currently, it's just an old woman in a hut. She chuckles to herself. But I am concerned, our tone shifts, because I am concerned about this. They are new. We have been here a long time, even by my people's standards. We have been here 3 generations of Saurian, which is effectively 3 civilizations for use. She puts her hands up. No offense.
So, your people did come to this island and not vice versa?
The island didn't come to us, son. Chuckles away.
But your people did not come from the island either?
There is some debate about that, but that debate's older than, well, most of the trees here.
Did you ever think to escape to Deng to avoid the Rakishan?
I don't think my joints would like it. Although I hear the south's quite hot.
We have witnessed it, yes.
I've got a lovely new town.
Yeah.
If you have a taste for melons.
And some pretty mountains.
Well, maybe, if I have another generation in me. Perhaps I'll visit. Is it still old Frostfist that's in charge over there?
Sorry. Frostfest.
Yeah, that's what she says. Is it still old Frostfist that's in charge over there?
We have heard something like
Yeah.
that before.
Yeah,
That's
Loudon's dad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
I couldn't have told it was
Yeah,
Frostfist and it was Frost.
I'll be honest, I remember Frostfest. Whether that's what I said back then, I don't know. But it's what it is currently. But yeah, it's Loudon's dad, because Loudon's dad was king before she became queen. It's quite rare. Like, it's, as I said, there's no real pattern to how the swords pick people, but she was one of the rare occasions where the sword goes to a direct descendant.
Because it's done it again as well.
Yeah.
That's three in a row. I think.
Mm.
It is. But that shows you how her last intel seems to be from that era of Dink's politics.
Would that line up with like Amblin being young?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Can we probably like assume that that's maybe where that information comes from?
Yeah, easily. Because like Loudon was what, like 45 or something, I said? Like, give or take. So if Loudon's about 45, Amblin's definitely like maybe 60 odds currently, give or take. So yeah. So if you knock it back to him being like, say, a 20-year-old travelling the world, do you know what I mean? She'd have been princess at that point. And the dad would have been in charge. I can't remember what his first name was. I don't even know if he made the NPC list. I cannot remember, but he did have a first name.
I don't remember writing.
See if
Most people do.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, we did struggle with your surname for a bit as well, so
Yes.
we're doing our best.
I now not only have a surname, but also some families using it for things.
Yeah, you have a whole like criminal empire now.
Yeah.
See, this is what the problem of surnames gets you, you know? A criminal pass. I love how Punched Child is on the NPC list.
Yeah.
But
That's an important one.
Loudon's dad isn't. Also, I like that Madame TTOT is actually on the Saurian NPC list already. She's been there since I posted that, which was back in July last year.
Stunning.
So good. So good.
Yep. But no, for some reason, the dad never made it on there. But I can't remember if it was like Randall Frostfist or something. Rings a weird bell. But yeah, whatever it was, it can be Randall Frostfist for all I care at this point in time. But that's just a snapshot of her information from then, and yeah, it does line up perfectly with like what Amblin should have known by then.
I love looking back in notes. 900 years ago, birds left Calvert.
Yes.
Good fact.
Well, yeah, I'll get to that side quest in a bit. I weirdly feel called out by that.
I love it. It's such a good state.
Yep. So anyway, yeah. What's the thoughts, gang? Let's have a small wee play urgency moment, right?
Okay. We have a huddle.
Because there's a lot that has been unpacked from this village elder, Madame TTOT, or the town elder, who kind of feels more like a kind of Saurian elder, full stop, the way she's kind of shared.
That feels like...
I feel like I also went to the toilet at an extremely inopportune moment because I came back and I think some revelations about the Rakashans had been made, and I've kind of been a wee bit wobbly since then.
I mean, the Rakashans are on the island for some reason.
We're here now.
Yes.
Yeah, right now.
And the other thing that may not have, yes, on you go, Hannah.
I was going to say, Sun was here at some point. So it's in King of Actions.
The Solar Emperor himself.
Yeah.
He's not he who conquered the sun, technically.
I know.
Yeah, it's he who conquered the moon, is Lundaranthul, the Silverthorn Elf King,
Moon.
who may not have existed before the Fey War. Like,
So many things.
Like, Cairo might have made him.
Oh, I love that. Also, we're speculating possibly that maybe the Rakshans are mining something. Because they can't just be here to like wipe out this section of the Saurian people. Because surely they'd have then landed closer to them and just done that.
I think it's coincidental.
Yeah, but they've sent scouts, and none of their scouts have come back. So they are definitely like, or they're not making it through the friend zone.
Yeah. The other thing to kind of factor in as well is the Rakshans aren't a naval race. Like, that's not a thing.
That surprised us as well when they showed up.
Yep. They're definitely not. And the very fact that they showed up on a fairly well-built, warlike, large vessel.
Oh, Lockhart, do you want to take the evening and read Bull's thesis?
Yeah, I actually have
I really feel like we should do that. But not page 309. I'm not allowed to read that.
I don't know what that says.
It's just read thesis.
Yeah.
Exclamation.
Yeah. And this might be our last, like, calm moment if we're then going to trek through a jungle.
Mm-hmm.
But player agency, I think that gives us, like, also maybe they'll resource us, possibly, to, like, get through the friend zone if we're also going to get them info.
She did say she'd give you some kind of scout, but
yeah,
she can't guarantee how helpful that'll be because the Saurians are a liability when it comes to the Rakshans.
Yeah, but they might get us through dinosaur bit, and then we can send them back. Or / they can hide in a tree. And then maybe we hit eggshells on the way. And then spying. There we go, Lockhart. Diplomacy through spying.
Yeah, it's just if the Rakshans have been here doing something that they don't want other people to know. Like harvesting eggs off something. Maybe these are Benjamin's eggs that, the Mej eggs that they gave to us. Now it's trying to find a way to cascade. Or that's why I did wonder if the Saurians came from Dinosaur Island, if that was their kind of original place.
And she doesn't seem to know the definitive answer to that. Was her.
Exactly,
yeah. She's like, that's debated.
So, just in case it was something to do with them as well, some sort of primordial spawning pool or something that the Rakshans have discovered and now sent to Cascade.
Did we find... You can't tell. Like, we knew there was about a dozen souls in the gems.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we've been assuming Saurian just because...
Who else would the Rakishan put in them?
Yeah.
The other piece of evidence you have is that Sloth did say they could live for about 50 years, give or take, off of the soul gems brought to them. How reliable that is, considering the weird fractal nature of the magic, seems to be unknown, but Saurians don't live longer than 50. It's quite rare for a Saurian to get to 50. So...
Does the nature of Sloth mean that he doesn't use up as much energy?
Do you want to give him a phone?
He's on a
my phone's still broken, so...
Okay. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm keen to.
So we're gonna give it a go. Is this where we need to like cover up all our any symbols? Like I need to take off my signet ring. We have to be acting not as people from
Kale.
From Kale, yeah, because we're like, ends up being a bunch of.
So are you taking off all of Ignysera's scales, or like how's that working out for you guys?
With my ears are up in a hat on.
Yeah.
It's not working in an official capacity.
We're just
We just
here
need to
on
make sure-
holiday.
Yeah,
Right.
or that people don't know that she's related to the wielder.
I've just thought of a name for a possible episode.
Okay. I mean, feel free to write it down somewhere. Yep.
Yeah. It's going to be too long.
So, these are going to take up Madame TTOT's side quest to go look into the Rakishan presence
Obviously.
on Dinosaur Island.
Oh, every side quest.
But we're probably going to tend to do it on the side of the side quest
Yep.
that we're already on.
That's already been resolved ultimately. Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe the Rakishans are here trying to farm the king's best friend.
Maybe.
And maybe they're creating a whole bunch of eggshells in the process.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be great?
Maybe.
Why would they need that?
I don't know.
Maybe they're
they're very
also
tasty.
working on the Abradak equation.
That's a thought.
Well, was there not a thing about the Empathic equation and the gems?
Was there?
Can I make an intellect roll to see how well I'm processing this knowledge I have now?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Would you like to know the difficulty?
Sure.
It's a 12.
The slider doesn't go up that high.
The slider actually goes way higher when it comes to NPC difficulties, believe it or not. It's just
Sure.
that certain things are gauged between 1 and 10 normally.
The drop-down box I have here does not go that high.
Well, I guess you'll just have to roll your unknown number then.
Which means you need a 36 minimum.
Okay.
Okay, so let's mathematic this. Hang on. So I can use up to 3 effort, and 3 effort costs me 3, 2, 5, 7 minus 4. So 3 effort will cost me 3. I think, right? 3
Yeah.
effort costs 7 normally. Yeah. Okay.
Yep, 3, 2, and 2. Yep.
Okay. So that means that I need to beat a difficulty 9, which would be
27.
27. I can't roll the dice that high.
No, but there are gradients of success when rolling with me.
Sure.
So,
Yes, that's true.
And could someone not help you?
I mean, can someone help him
Now
unspool mental things? Like, yeah.
I mean, well, hang on. Does this count as understanding the supernatural?
100%, why not? That seems
Okay,
good
so-
enough. Yeah.
So I'm trained in that.
I mean, I don't know what like Iron Root mathematics would count as, so supernatural seems good enough for now until you learn some more.
Does train count as an asset? I always forget what order
Does
this
what?
comes in.
No, training's not an asset. Training is just your level of this skill, for example. So that should be factored in. So effectively, it would add 3 to a d20 if you're looking at it from the outside perspective. So you're adding what? 3 levels of effort, which is 9, plus another 3 from trained. Okay.
12. So you only need to get 20.
So that did not incorporate the
No,
trained.
but we can add just another 3 to that, right?
So
we've got 12 plus 13.
Okay,
So
so
is
that
it
beats
25?
an 8. Is that right?
Should be, yeah. Because it'd be 24 would be the 8 difficulty. So yeah, it's a pretty damn good roll, right? I'm going to assume that would be you taking a lot of the evening to basically effectively meditate on this, right? Because it wouldn't be a simple process of just going, what do I think about that right now? Oh, it's a migraine, that's what I think about. But you trying to sift through the mental weight of it. Yeah, an 8's pretty damn good. And I'll get back to you on that. What's everybody else doing for their evening? Because I know that obviously we've got someone by candlelight pouring through many pages. Are you looping anybody else in with that journey, or is it just going to be yourself?
I mean, I probably would be getting Myr'ra's like input on some like science jargon. And this is something that I've perhaps had a look at been brief before, having sort of studied his stuff a bit. Maybe I've read the blurb.
I also like the idea that you settle down in your hammock on the ship, getting ready to read it, and then they go, actually, we're going to have a meeting about Isle of Ben. You get out of your hammock, put the book aside, go and have the meeting about Isle of Ben. Then everybody goes their separate ways. You go back to your hammock, bring out the book, and go, by the way, we're all going to teleport to Brandon Isle. It's like, okay, fine. Book goes back in. You sit by the lake, you unpack it. Hannah's like, or Myr'ra is like, by the way, we're all going to teleport to Dinosaur Island now. You go, right, fine. Book goes back in the backpack. Yeah. I like to say on camera.
We're out here. We're going to the moon.
Yeah. So yeah, you obviously want to start working on that. Can you give me your role? And obviously, if you're helping,
Can I help?
so obviously, if you're helping with nothing that hinders your ability to help, then you're able to help, and it's just trained effectively, or like an asset. Sorry, that you count as. But you can count as 2 assets if you've got something in your skill list that helps.
I'm so sorry if I clicked on something there. I was trying to zoom in.
Just your cozy
I
magic.
have magic law.
Yeah.
I feel like that might help.
Yeah, that
and
would
I'm
help.
trained in that.
I mean, it's literally
So
the
these
thing
2
that
assets.
Alexander wants your help for, specifically, is the
Yes.
magical lore bit. So yeah, that's
Magic jargon. Yeah, so I can give 2 assets.
it's 2 assets that you count as, so effectively 2 effort, yeah. But
Nice.
it does count as assets in terms of stacking.
Okay, so my next question about a thing to give me an asset is irrelevant because
Yeah,
you can only have 2
you've
assets.
capped it to, yeah. What was your thing anyway?
Understanding to generate an asset on an object.
Yeah, no, I think it would have worked for this situation as well,
But
had it. Yeah,
I'd rather from Hannah.
yeah. Yep.
I take it's not knowledge of the law.
No, unfortunately not. I am not this
And it's
one.
Definitely not a social situation.
No.
But we're study buddies.
Yeah.
Does this count as a physical?
I mean, yeah, it is a physical, right? It's definitely, but it's a mental activity that they're doing. But surely everything with your brain is physical. Anyway, well, my next question is: while they're working out their math, what's the other 2 up to for their evening?
Well, I wanted to maybe talk to Falkwin and just be a busybody, nosy, and try and learn more about his parents.
With your flip notebook, being like, so can you give me the time and date of the incident, please?
Everything about them.
Meanwhile, Falkwin's trying to meditate on the universal field equation over there.
Yep. Yeah, I'll go to Falkwin. But Falkwin, your secret was very interesting, I suppose.
Yes, I feared that.
I don't know how to put this, but like, who's your daddy and what does he do? Yeah.
Oh, I hesitate to call it the family business. They're not some sort of drug empire, They're not running the underworld. They are nobles, and they have the misfortune of owning a fief that's not very productive. So I suppose they found other ways to make some money to make ends meet. So I don't really know which pies they have their fingers in. But yes, their money makes its way to various dark places, and more money makes its way back to them.
Interesting. I'm trying to think, would I have heard anything about a drug ring or anything?
Why don't you give us some kind of roll?
Oh.
Do you have any levels in historical lore or law, even?
No.
Um,
Nope. I don't.
But yeah, an intellect roll, but obviously if there is any skills you think might come up, let me know.
Any other skills that would help me with this? No. I don't think so.
And we'll get back to your 30 in a second, Alexander.
So just but I can use not bonus, but I can add an.
Also, for Alexander's last roll, there are only 2 further eases could have been applied to that roll at all. There are 8 eases to that roll currently. 10 is the limit.
Oh.
20.
Yeah, I think you definitely start to be putting jigsaw pieces together in your head based on stuff that you've heard. Maybe not stuff that was directly under your jurisdiction or whatever, right? But it's definitely things that maybe people you know are working on. So yeah, definitely starts to. It's not a full picture, but you're starting to get the corners in place, you know. So
interesting. And are you? You're not close with your parents, are you?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Hypothetically, if I were to arrest them,
hypothetically,
would we still be friends? Can we still do Arc 5 together if I arrest your parents?
Yes. Yes, I didn't have the best relationship with my family. Basically, when would this have started? Well, my aunt is lovely. She also doesn't like my parents very much. She's the one who gave me Ben's bracelet. My parents, though, yes, I've been drifting from them since I was a boy. Really, I've not spoken to them since I was 18. Which I think Falkwin's meant to be similar-ish age to me, so that was 7, 8, 9 years. Been a while since he's gone home.
That must be hard.
No, they were dicks.
That's
so self-actualized. I love it.
I wish I had your outlook on things. It was not the secret I shared, of course, but I suppose I don't have a very good relationship with my parents either. They're ashamed of me.
Your uncle seems to like you, though.
My uncle does like me. I think my parents were just disappointed. I wasn't born with wings, and my parents said nothing, and it was all quiet, hush, hush. And the first one in the family to be born with. And they're just a bit ashamed, and some a bit estranged from them as well. But anyway, families, you know.
Yep. Can't choose them.
The soundtrack
You can choose to tell them to fuck off, though.
Yeah, and the soundtrack definitely had the themes from the Ignysera theme playing through that, mixed with the bits of the Falkwin theme at the start. Composer had a field day.
Add a goal that says fight Ignysera's and Falkwin's parents. Not.
I mean, Falkwin's parents maybe needed some kind of foothold in Libratis. Dun dun dun. I mean, it's unlikely to be related, but what are the chances of that? Of me having to make up more NPCs. Okay, Nori, how's your evening getting spent?
I think Nori's going to do what Nori likes to do. First of all, he's going to walk by these pair and think, "Lucky bastards." And then I think I would say to, if I can remember her name, it's
Madam TTOT?
Madam TTOT. I actually got that out. Would it be okay for me to wander around the village?
Please do. I'll have one of the brothers though. They won't say much, which is probably for the best, but they'll walk with you, and then if they're with you, people will feel safe, because it's trading hour. So, yeah.
I might poke Nori as he goes and say the things that Ben wanted.
So yeah, Alabin wanted
Falkwin-
like twine
Yeah.
and like a resin adhesive and like some little kind of knick-knack things off of stalls that she was nearby. And Falkwin wasn't willing to just take them and leave money behind when everybody else had ran away. So if you can go trade for those things, I guess Myr'ra conveys the desires of Alabin in her shopping list.
Perfect.
Does anyone give Nori trade for those items? Yeah.
I'll give like tea,
Yeah.
like tea packets or something, like some kind of like herbs.
Mm-hmm. Yep, cool. Just so you get something to barter with, because it doesn't seem like there was like a till or anything at these places. It definitely seemed like it was, trade based.
I give him my high quality tent because I've got a magic tent now.
Yeah.
You can go sell a tent if you want. I don't know how much that's going to go for.
Yeah.
But it's specifically high quality, apparently.
Yeah. I think it's because you spent like an expensive item on it or something. Like
you
spent like a lot of money. It's the same as how like Lockhart has a really expensive law book. So yeah, a gift when he passed the bar or whatever. So passed it to someone more responsible.
That's perfect. I also have rope if twine and rope, or if you want anything specific, or would it just be?
I mean, the rope might be good enough, to be honest. You need to ask her, to be fair.
I was thinking an expensive tent probably has lots of like good rope and stuff.
Yeah, take that part. Fish it.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, you could gift that to Alabin's garage.
Give it to Alabin and be like, yeah. So, Falkwin, would you like to give this to Alabin? Maybe she can use it for parts.
I'm sure. Yes, I'm sure she could.
Stick it in the garage.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think with that, then she just then says the other shopping list, it involves various resins and like nails, but I don't know if like she would say they were nails. Do you know what I mean? But effectively like metal pins.
Not like acrylics.
Yeah, not a set of acrylics. Yeah. Her nails are flawless. How dare. She got them metaphysical nails, but yeah, some kind of metal pins for construction is what she requires, along with the resin, the adhesive resin. Whereas the tent will suffice for the twine, definitely. So perfect. So you go off and do that. Yeah, I think we'll go to break on that then, as you all start going off and doing your little bits and bobs. Obviously, Ignysera, if you're going to do any more this evening, you've probably got a fair bit of time to scope stuff out as well, or just keep Falkwin company as he meditates into the Aberdjack equation. You could always hang out with Alabin while he does that. It's entirely up to you. You've got some scope. You could go with Nori through the town as well. So you got a lot of options, or you could sit and read the thesis as well with the other two. I don't think you want to do that part though.
I don't think I want to do that.
No. Like walk in the room, hear the two of them mutter about various things, and then just turn around on the spot and leave. Yeah.
Who needs the most keeping an eye on?
I mean, likewise, you could always like hang out with Madame TTOT as well. So you definitely have a few options. But we'll go to break here. We'll be back in like 10 minutes. Okay. Okay, we should be back, hopefully. Hopefully the audio.
I see you. And they can hear me.
Some X-Men comics. Great.
Yes. X-Men Alpha Flight from 1985.
Oh wow! It's good Alpha
Adding to
Flight
my collection.
with North Star and Puck and can't remember the rest of their names, but yeah, them.
Yep. I'll get through that one.
Noise. Was it Sasquatch that throws Puck? I think Sasquatch is one of them as well. I never read a lot of Alpha Flight. I only like when they've crossed over with the X-Men or when Wolverine's harassed them, as is often the way. Because Wolverine's in every team. But yes, I know about that much. I know that North Star is one of the first officially supported Game Marvel characters. So, he's done well in his swimsuit editions, I believe. Since Marvel have a whole swimsuit edition section of their comics. Yep, because of course they do. Along with their Hellfire Gala / Met Gala stuff that I love as well. If anyone hasn't seen the Marvel Met Gala stuff, please Google the Hellfire Gala. It feels like the comic book artists just got to have a field day with some of their fashion designs, and it's great. So yes. How's the audio? Anyone that was willing to do the test for me?
Yeah.
All good. All good. Perfect. Thank you. I think you said that, and then I just deleted it because I've seen Marvel comics. So here we are. Anyway, welcome back to the second half of part 20 of the fourth arc of Cascade, which is lovingly called Last of the Summer Elves. It's the 17th of May 2025. I'm Victor, the GM, and here are the players.
Hello, I'm Sean, and I'm playing Falkwin, who's the mystical speaker who keeps the magic alive.
Hi, I'm Kalli, and I play Ignysera, who is a dragonfolk warrior who bears a halo of fire.
Hi, I'm Hannah, and I'm playing Myr'ra Pentergast, Helborn Adept who sheds her skin.
Hi everyone, I'm Chris. I'm playing Iron Maiden. I'm a half-elven explorer who likes to infiltrate. Sorry, Nori. Got it wrong on purpose.
I mean, you've held on in that for like 4 arcs, so well done.
I know, I'm surprised nobody mentioned it earlier. Sorry.
I aspire to that.
What, the restraint or?
The restraint, absolutely, yes. I would have made 3, maybe 4. But I am Alexander, who's playing Lockheart Dourf, an empathic speaker, who's now getting nose in the book, see what learn. See where he gets whisked off to before he can finish this time.
What are you implying? How dare? Yeah. So, let's start unpacking some of those roles then, shall we? Because I feel like there's quite a lot to unpack just with those alone. So, we got a 30, if my math was correct, from the combined efforts of Lockheart and Myr'ra looking through the book.
So, I would love it to be.
Is it not? Have I miscounted?
No, I did add trained, and I figured it was an easier one that I could try and make a case for, and then have it discounted or not.
Okay.
So it's 30 with the training, 27 without.
What's the training?
Administrative. You need to be able to read a lot. Understand data.
Why not? Why not? You're not exactly filing anything, but I feel like going through a thesis is an administrative process. I feel like, yeah, I'll give you it at this occasion. That seems fine. Yeah, why not? And you can be like breaking down the thesis into, nicely, color coordinated sections with Myr'ra.
Administrable chunks.
Yes. We've bullshitted enough to justify that, I think. So that's fine. Yeah. Right, first things first. What would you like to know from Grandmaster Gamble's thesis on the Rakashans?
Clearly all the answers to the problems.
I cast solve problem!
What would my god say?
What does my god want me to do? Yeah. Oh dear.
I mean, I guess we want to know a bit of the kind of motivations of the Rakshans, I guess. That feels to me something that would be in it. What sort of... I mean, I guess we already know a bit of the drive of they were the oppressed and have now been taking that back with a vengeance.
Yeah, so let's start there then. It's probably a good place to unpack. I guess, quite the zealot-like culture of the Rakshans is what Gamble goes into detail about. And the weird kind of gestalt energy that a populace can generate from that alone is quite scary in his eyes. He definitely believes that if someone could weaponize that in a mystical sense, that would be quite a problem for the entire continent, if not the world. Right? And he means Kale continent rather than Felix. Felix is already suffering the ill effects of the Rakishan Empire. But obviously weaponizing the collective zealot energy of a populace isn't something people do. Right? It's not a thing that can just be done easily. We'll see. Because, magic is a thing in the world. Belief's also quite important to a degree, right? So, yeah. Quite a scary thought. So, Gamble probably waffles on a bit through his thesis about that and possibly references back to it because it's clearly an area of interest he is interested in, right? Or at least was. And kind of goes through all of that. That's kind of woven, as I said, throughout. It's almost like the kind of backbone he keeps coming back to, which feels more like it's his own notes that he's making, going, once I've finished writing this, I'm gonna go work on that. So he's wrote it all through his own thesis. Probably so that when he goes and says to people, can you fund this, without arguing too much, like the council that would support the funding, which isn't obviously under his own purview, for obvious reasons of abuse, might actually be more swayed by it. Because obviously this was written long before he was Grandmaster. So you need to justify everything. Obviously when he's Grandmaster, he's got a lot more influence to say, can I get funding for this thing, please, that nobody's going to argue about, because I'm kind of in charge of all of it anyway, but I'll still ask the council. Yeah, cool. And by council, I mean the Arcanatrix funding council, not the Grand Council of Cascade Say.
Is there anything that might stand out that has changed? Like, was the Solar Emperor when it was written?
So, the rise of the Solar Emperor is a chapter. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Gamble definitely seems to be older than the Solar Emperor. Right? This current Solar Emperor. But the title Solar Emperor has been passed down. And that is like a couple of centuries old at this point. Lunar Empress isn't as old, but it's still a couple of centuries old still. It's just not as old as Solar Emperor. From the loose notes that Gamble's put there. He hasn't focused on that though. He's mostly focused on, obviously, cultural impact, the one he was witnessing, right? Because Gamble was in Felix to write a lot of this. He's been in the seat of the sun, which is the land, obviously. Let me just point at it, like on the map, like that area within the Rakishan territory, past Tabyrinth. So he has specifically spent a lot of time there in his youth. He kind of, again, talks about the people seem happy there, but they definitely seem quite... what's the word? Blindly loyal to the Solar Emperor, I guess.
Sort of cult of personality.
Yeah, like also just the underlying threat of stepping out of line, right? Like, there comes safety and order and protection and, like the Seat of the Sun is a city, like country. It's a massive country city. It's all elegant as well, from what you can read from Gambler's writing. The whole thing feels like it's if somebody, was creating like a beautiful work of art. The Seat of the Sun is a work of art as a city. So everybody there lives in luxury. But it's not like they don't also... They're not like unproductive though. It's not like it's not leisure. It's work with luxury. So there seems to be a sense of motivation for people, a sense of honor for people, a sense of pride for people, and you're treated well while there. But it seems to be at the cost of this devotion to the Solar Emperor.
Is the Solar Emperor an inherited title? Or how are they picked?
That's something that Gemba was trying to get deeper into and was stopped at every avenue. As far as he can tell, the current line has been the same for several generations. Beyond that, he couldn't get any answers because either those people weren't alive anymore to tell, or it's been covered up. But that could just be from why is a foreigner investigating our emperor?
Mm-hmm.
Which is quite a normal thing to cover up from anyone just casually trying to look into it. But there are organization of lunar priests and priestesses that are all under the direct purview of the lunar empress, as you can imagine. That's again, that kind of came in with the lunar empress, maybe a couple of decades after the first lunar empress came into power. She established the lunar priestesses, and then that obviously over a couple of decades became open to priests, priestesses, etc. But it was all priestesses initially. And they seem to be the kind of almost spiritual council to the Solar Emperor. He seems to be a very martially focused person, shall we say. Yes, believes if his muscles can do it, he was meant to be able to do it. Yeah. Anything else you'd like to specifically guide your thoughts through?
Anything mentioning Dinosaur Island?
I had nothing. Nothing at all mentions Dinosaur Island in the thesis, no.
So he was avoiding talking about dinosaurs.
He was avoiding the subject, you say. But also keep in mind, anyone else can ask questions that can, obviously, player agency-wise, obviously, you can ask questions about the thesis to help them too. It doesn't need to be them two that come up with everything. Anything, Hannah?
I've read a book called Prisoners of Geography, which talks about kind of how countries' geographical things lead to certain political outcomes. Is there anything like that? Is there any kind of what do they need? Are they in need of a warm seaport? Is it about protection from mountains that surround them? Is there some kind of geographical feature / something else of that kind of that's a driving force beyond the historical context of
there's
back against
Gamble was interested in learning more about geomancy from the Rakishans, which is something that isn't touched on in a great detail in his thesis. But again, it's one of these, clearly it's like a footnote for his own benefit, because this just seems to be his own roadmap to the rest of his studies. But Gamble was very, very interested in the fact that according to some of the people he spoke to and some of the records that he got access to from certain record keepers within the Seat of the Sun and Tabarinth, the border wall of mountains was apparently raised by one of the Solar Emperors. But that's possible just poetic language. But there is a history of geomancery from then. But the keynote that stands out the most is the fact that it's to do with iron root geomancy.
I did wonder with the moon stuff as well.
So that's the thing that seems to stand out. Gamble knows not why that's important, if it's true, or whatever, but the best geomancers in the history of this planet were the Iron Roots, given their namesake as well. And we know how they built cities and things, so yeah. So it seems like whatever knowledge the Rakashans found out may have been, no pun intended, rooted in Iron Root techniques. Whether or not that means a literal emperor lifted mountains up with magic, we'll never know. Or it could just be that they decided to settle the city in amongst this mountain range for protection, because it's easily fortified with the fortification city Tabernath at its mouth. And it did mean that it got, well, it's been able to live in peace. You know, all their problems are outside the walls, as it were. Outside the mountains. But again, that's a tiny bit of the thesis that he just seems interested in looking into if he ever gets time. And Gembel would have been relatively young when he wrote this, right? So it's not like he wasn't planning a whole career as someone that could go look at all of this stuff. Which means there might be other books in the Arcanatrix of stuff he did eventually follow up on. Not to add more side quests.
Whole books in the Arcanatrix full of side quests.
Yeah. Any other questions from anyone else about what you could glean from the thesis?
Well, Myr'ra touched on Solar Emperor being an hereditary title. Or not. I guess maybe. What do the people believe? Are the people being indoctrinated to believe that this is the same?
No, like people definitely know it's a new... Like, people know it's a new person, but they feel like the Solar Emperor is an avatar for Alata, the sun. So, the Solar Emperor is effectively saying, I am the god. I am the vessel for that god. I speak on behalf of that god. You know, again, arrogance, as Madame TTOT put it. But yeah, in every other culture, Alata is seen as female. In Rakashan culture.
You cut out at the most in Alata is seen as...
In other cultures, Alata is seen as female!
Oh.
It does work if I speak terribly. But yes, in other cultures, Alata is very depicted as a female deity. The Lady of Light is how the elves would refer to Alata. The sun, the light bearer, the gift of light, etc. The lamp of life, various other names.
Is Gian also seen as...
No, Gian Seal is male.
Okay. Interesting.
They're seen as like mother and father of the mortals.
So the Rakashans believe in some gay sun-earth romance.
They don't seem to care much about Gian at all.
Indeed.
They only seem to care about the living god that is the Solar Emperor. And, interestingly enough, the Lunar Empress is based completely on an artificial structure, as we know.
They totally know about the moon. They somehow know about the moon.
I mean, or they don't if they worship it as a goddess, right? Like, I mean, as I said, lots of people that worship Soma probably don't know it's an Iron Root city.
But
yeah.
You'd feel really awkward when you find that out.
I mean, keep in mind, Samda's sword's called Soma's sister.
Yeah.
Wonder if Cleft's buffed out all the nicks in that sword by now.
Or the ice marks.
Yeah. Any other questions about the thesis?
Did kind of the next stages, which again is still in the past, but did he have any sort of what he thinks the culture is going to be doing?
Yeah, his prediction was if the stability of the table, can we all just have a moment for that, shall we?
The unstable table.
Holds out, then the biggest threat across the sea is the Rakashan Empire, and when they outgrow the seat of the sun. Because despite their constant raids throughout the desert wastes, they're not settling the desert. They're not expanding. And keep in mind, they don't really need to. They've got a massive country-sized city for all the people that get to live in luxury. Any of the regular, working class to middle class level people seem to be in Tabarinth. All the super duper upper class, yet still working class upper class, seem to be in the seat of the sun. But Tabarinth is expanding in terms of makeshift stalls and extensions and shantytowns and temporary buildings set up in front of it. But obviously the fortress city itself is a specific size to fit the gaps between the mountains. It's not like it's not like they're increasing their numbers dramatically. They just have one of the biggest, scariest armies, and they're all zealots for one man. And that seems to be a consistent thing, as if they believe the avatar of the sun is in fact the Solar Emperor. So it is the same person, but it's not the same person, right, Chris? Like, it's a different vessel each time, but they believe it's the same entity. It's quite ballsy to get away with that, right?
Egyptians managed it.
Many cultures got away with it.
I love that I also thought Egyptians, but I got there via Stargate.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, they're based on the Egyptians.
The gold, yeah. Hi, we love some Stargate here.
Egyptians, it was also Ra, sun god.
Yep. Yep. So
they don't have settlements necessarily in the wastes, but they do control the ports of the cities there.
Yeah. And the ports are a mixed bag of people, right? Like, the port cities are also people from Kale, right? That for some reason moved over, or for various reasons, like some orcs, etc. And obviously, Saurian employees. Yeah.
Use the word loosely.
Oh yes, very much. So, yeah.
But clearly they've now made some sort of settlement here.
Seemingly so, which is quite out of character for the Rakashans to care.
Particularly crossing water.
Yes.
Does Gamble have anything to say on their likelihood of where... He doesn't have anything to say on where that ship might have come from, essentially.
Not in his thesis, no. Like,
building art, having designs on it.
No. I mean, he mentions in passing that the very fact that they seem averse to water seems to be the saving grace of Kale while they sort out their own interpolitics bullshit. So yeah. But Gamble doesn't seem convinced that Kale will remain settled in the way he writes. He kind of assumes that the table will fall apart eventually, or that, something will happen to disrupt it. He's just not sure what, but he just thinks it's been settled for too long. Looks at the party. But yeah, he's a man that looks at patterns clearly, and the patterns obviously unnerve him when it comes to the stability of Cascade City. And he cites the fact that the biggest misstep on Kale would have been the Goldleafs leaving, because it just looks like they are abandoning the Union. Because keep in mind, this thesis is only going to be, 30-ish years old, maybe? Like, give or take 35 years old, maybe, at the most. Any other questions?
At this point, or at that point, had the Rakshans had any conflict with the orcs.
No, nothing Gamble mentions. But his focus was north, not south, right? He doesn't really mention the orcs much at all. Other than like his time in Tabarinth, there were orc people there. But that's a brief footnote somewhere to mention like noted different species that were there. Tabarinth had dwarves and humans and such as well, but not many. Just the fact that he'd noted that people were there. So, one thing I will mention, that obviously you didn't ask for various reasons. The thing he notes is, for him to be allowed to spend any time in the seat of the sun, he had to wear a golden torque that was magically applied to his neck. Every single person who enters the seat of the sun wears a golden torque around their neck.
Symbolising that they're all slaves of the
Solar Emperor! Of course!
Yeah.
Gamble was deeply uncomfortable by this, but also wanted to pass his thesis.
Did he sense anything magical about the golden
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He was told very bluntly any interference with the torque would result in his death. And he also notes that he never saw a single person there except the Solar Emperor without a torque.
Mm. Was this Tabarinth or Seat of the Sun?
Seat of the Sun. But his notes will mention the fact that obviously people in Tabarinth don't necessarily get them taken off if they know they're going back in. Right?
Right.
Because Tabarinth is the gateway city to the country-sized city that is Seat of the Sun.
Yes, right. So even all the upper class Rakishans in there, like all the
Everyone.
the hobnobbing elites.
Even by the writing, the Lunar Empress.
Wow.
Yeah.
Would we recall if she was wearing one?
You remember her wearing one. You spent time with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, she had one on.
Did the Saurians under the Palanquin?
Every one of them. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone looks gold. And he was very gaudy in his gold also, as we recall. Beautiful Black Panther man that he was, with his gold armour for beautiful contrast, and then the Snow Leopard Empress.
Mm-hmm.
Done.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions?
Just trying to think what we can use if we end up having to have a chat with some Rakshans on the other side of things or island. Not quite to be like, hello, fellow Rakshans, but to try and help us resheet ourselves to see what they're up to. Because I suspect if we get close enough, it won't be just a case of watching what they do from afar.
Although we have a way to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Falkwin can do a
distance view.
I can project myself into the middle of it.
It's like, if you see me coming, I am friendly.
Yeah. Hello. Greetings.
You fought with my father in the Clone Wars.
My mind went, greetings all-powerful Jabba. I give to you these.
Yep.
Yeah. Any other questions at all? Because I don't mind if you have one question later or whatever that comes back up, you can refer back to that, because it was a good role for the thesis. But it isn't going to be is the answer in the thesis ongoing thing. But if there is something that comes up later that you think, oh, that would have been good to know, we can revisit that. But as you can imagine, 35 years or whatever out of date information isn't exactly amazing from one guy's very specific subject of, I'm going to go culturally do a study of another race that nobody else has a lot of insight into to become, a master wizard, because this was his master wizard thesis.
Mm.
I mean, was there anything on his next steps?
Not really. Other than all the random footnotes he's got about all the other stuff that he's like, oh, that's a side quest, I'll save for later because I'm focused.
I feel personally.
Excuse me, that feels a bit pointed.
Me, no.
Hey, I resemble that one.
I say, I resemble that remark. No, I'm here for the side quest, you just know this. Right, so... Any thoughts? So, what was your end game to that question, I guess? His next steps?
Well, it was actually just me thinking about any of the things that I've written where at the end you just, add some stuff about what you're going to do next. How you'd improve next time. And I was just curious if he did have a, I would have loved to have learned more if I'd been allowed access to the super secret library in Seat of the
Yeah,
Sun.
I think with that context, then he'd have mentioned the fact that he would love to have had a chat with the Lunar Empress, right, and learn from the Lunar Priests and stuff and Priestesses, because that's the equivalent of the magic authority there. So, there's no Arcanatrix there, so it is all the Lunar Empress's jurisdiction. But he'd love to have had time with that. That was just not permitted at all. And he felt he took enough risks with his own safety, asking the questions he did. He'd love to get access to the royal record, or the Empire's records, I guess. But nobody gets access to them except by way of the Emperor. And he wasn't allowed to see the Emperor either, other than when the Emperor would give speeches to the people, which happened, regularly, just to remind people how great he is and how much he loves his people. And again, the vibe, I guess, that he writes into that is that people seem to be like, yeah, he is great. Look at everything he's providing us. Which is also laced with the look at everything we're working for also, though. Because again, while it's a city of luxury, it's a working city of luxury. So very high standards in the Seat of the Sun. If a little totalitarian.
Yeah, again, some sort of respected comrade, general secretary vibes.
A la I'm also a living god vibes, yeah. Yes.
Yes, I did just look up Kim Jong-un's official style.
I was thinking we're about to get the death of Stalin montage, essentially.
Oh no, but the Solar Emperor has to give a speech today, and he died last night in his sleep. Oh no, it's like puppetry style Weekend at Bernie's.
I can't remember why we were talking about this, but somewhere's leader is known as the supreme leader, and you're like, why wouldn't you? If you're gonna be the de facto, you may as well go for full supreme leader.
Yeah.
That is also North Korea.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
If you're gonna do it, just commit.
And
very off topic, but I was doing a thing with my job where working with some school, and they're saying, "Oh, you've got the patient of a saint. By the end of this, we'll be calling you Saint Alexander." And I go, "Oh no, surely it's King Alexander." And then for the rest of it, he just ran with it and was like, "King Alexander." I was like, "Oh, I didn't expect that to stick, but okay."
as power trips go, it's all right? Having a whole bunch of people call you King.
With Saint versus King, there's quite a few in history that had both. It's interesting who picked what.
I to lead with. Yes. Is it less humble to go with Saint. Really?
Yeah, especially within your lifetime.
But anyway, yes. We'll ask good old Sun these questions if we ever get to meet him again.
I've got something else before we move on. So
Yeah?
It just kind of occurred. We discovered last week, or the last session, or maybe the session before, that humans didn't live on this world.
Well, it didn't exist. They were the Fae
Didn't
became
exist
them.
on this world.
Yeah.
So, the Rakishans, the Saurians,
The
what
elves.
was their reaction to us?
What suddenly
And
appeared?
was Master Amblin their first introduction?
No, because humans have always been here.
And we have been here for at least 900 years.
Yeah.
But we were always here.
Okay.
Yeah, so Amblin was like 60 odd, 65, right? Amblin 60, 65. He was here when he was about, 20 or something on Dinosaur Island, it seems, 2025. He seems to have spent a decent amount of time here, got married, fell in love, etc., blah, 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 mourned the loss of his lady, and then came back and finished his master's degree, etc., became a master wizard, took on an apprentice, and then started wandering off to a moon. As you do, right? But all of that is a lot less than 900 years ago, which is when the Fae War ended. And that's when humans, according to Brannon L., were created.
But, again, maybe my lack of
It's okay. Ask away.
headspace at the moment. The Fae War, did that affect the Rakishan Empire and the Saurians? Were they... This is what I'm trying to get to.
So, I have brought this up before, but it was like a throwaway comment in one of the random, possibly Arc 2. And it was about the records only show Fae incursions in Kale, not on Felix.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean to say that a change doesn't affect everything.
That's what I'm trying to get to. Then.
Yep.
If it could have well been that 800 years later that the first human who made it to the Rakishan Empire was Master Amblin, is that then brought their attention to Denk and to Gale?
It doesn't seem like that's a thing. No, it definitely seems like there's been humans that have been there, obviously before and after the Fae War, it seems.
Yeah, the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Does the thesis talk about silver at all?
Does the thesis talk about silver at all? No. No specific mention of silver.
I was trying to remember, did the Lunar Empress wear silver or something?
Not to my recollection. Other than, decoratively, maybe? I might have described her as more silver. Because we know, silver, Fae, and moon all seem to be thematically linked. Same with, people using silver very, very ceremonially to make a statement. Like with Samda's tomb, with all the silver engravings over it. But beyond that, no. Nothing special. It's specifically these weird golden torques that are, magically infused.
Yeah. No, I was just wondering about the Lunar Priestess, if perhaps that was something that they continued with because of the links between them all.
Doesn't seem to be any special mention of silver. Nope.
Because just with, as Chris is saying, the humans weren't the only thing that came, about because of it. If silver fell to the continent and to Kale, is there any in Felix?
I mean, hard to say. You would need to maybe go and wander around. I mean, you definitely didn't find any silver when you were there. You've been. But obviously, currency has made its way over, right? And we know that silver is in the currency.
Have Rakishans ever been known to make deals with devils?
No record of that. It's not to say it hasn't happened, but there's nothing in the thesis about it. Right? And from reading previous stuff with help of Featherstone's library, it seemed like primarily humans that you could find information on. And he's kind of then understood maybe why after a certain reveal. So yeah.
Well, yes, but that's kind of where I was going with that. I'm wondering whether the Rakashans are also a little bit Fey flavoured.
Could be. I guess it's hard to say, and it's not the. Obviously, it wouldn't be the focus of Gembel's thesis either.
Yeah, of course.
He doesn't make any mention of the Fae at all in his his work.
Hmm.
You wouldn't want to write about the Fae in a thesis that's going to represent you as a person. Like, that's too much power to the Fae. For superstitions, at least. It's good that all these superstitions meant the humans wouldn't talk about the Fae, isn't it?
Wonder Woman.
Yeah. So, unless there's any other questions about the thesis, I think we can safely conclude the thesis portion of that. Obviously, feel free to ask questions that come to your minds, obviously. We can cover what we need to cover. But, bless you, other things I need to kind of go over. So, have we got anything else you want to do off the back of this? I'll get back to your meditation thing in a second, Falkwin. I just want to see if there's anything else from the people wandering town or whatever, because yours will take you the whole night. Yours is probably the longest process. Yeah. But yeah, is Nori anything in particular? Obviously, it's easy enough to do trade when one of the 5 brothers is helping you, right? And yeah, they seem to understand enough broken cascading to know what you're trying to say, but they don't really talk back to you. They just speak Saurian to the traders for you. And then obviously if you try and use any guidebook phrases to the Saurians, they look at you like a mix of either impressed, confused, or they just look to one of the brothers, and the brother then says it more eloquently. But you can tell it's the same kind of words that you would use, so it maybe helps you pick up certain pronunciations as well, if you're listening. So yeah, you can refine your phrasebook dialect as well a little bit. Maybe not quite as good as Falkwin's got a grip on it, since he does have the Babel power, but yeah.
Is there any other landmarks?
Not really. There's nothing landmarky other than the fact that there's a lot of I guess jungly mountains off in the distance that seems to be near the centre of the island, which is where Madame TTOT pointed for Namaj Neb. It's kind of location. But yeah, it does kind of. So I think the description that TTOT would have imparted would have been the equivalent of there's a ring of mountains that has a pass through it, and that would be how Namaj Neb gets in and out of their own territory. But they very rarely feel the need to leave except for a munch. And considering the territorial donut surrounds that area, the friend zone, as it were. So yeah. Anything else you want from the marketplace? Or your wander around the town?
Don't think so. I think no. We'll leave it at what we are. I just want to make some rolls, but if there's nothing to roll, there's nothing to roll. Just
yeah, it depends. Why were you asking about landmarks? What were your rolls alluding to?
Yeah. Well, Nori eventually that is his thing, isn't it? It's tracking, it's being able to locate and navigation. So, just in case, for instance, we are here, that
you're welcome to do a navigation check. You can do a navigation check to wander the city and try and commit as much to memory if you want. Just to try and be like, oh, if I need to know where that place is, I know it's this way from that place. It's just got a feel for the town. Because again, it's a town rather than a city, if that makes sense. So it's not huge, but it is big enough that obviously everything else might get lost quite easily. The good thing is,
I think it would be the first thing Nori would do would be to safe ways in, safe ways out if we have to.
The good thing is the way to the centre is fairly obvious from any point in the city, or the town I should say, because it's been designed that way, that everything kind of leads to that focal point. Again, it does seem to be the community aspect of the Saurians is unmatched. But yeah, we can have a roll for that.
Ooh.
Nori,
Not
Nediam!
rolling again.
Stomp.
Nori, Nediam, what are you doing? So,
Right, how many people do I need to mind wipe now?
so thank you for giving me the best cliffhanger
You're
ending.
welcome.
So,
Oh no!
Nori, as you're wandering with a slightly disgruntled and pack laden with your supplies from the, because you've probably picked up a couple of things just for knowing that you're probably going to scout into the jungle for a bit. Maybe picked
My
up
discern.
yeah, like all the standard stuff, like different types of plug adapters and stuff, for the walls, whatever it takes. As you're doing your kind of taking in as much info as possible from the city, I keep saying city, it's a town. I mean town. This is a town. It's not big enough to be a city.
It's a town.
The settlement.
It's not
a
a cathedral.
It's a town.
It's a town. Okay. From the
With
town.
house.
The town. So, not the city, the town. As you're wandering around the city, the town, you're obviously, you've got the mind of a more roguish element of society. And yeah, we go on to our cliffhanger ending when you spot someone in the shadows clearly spying on the settlement. And they seem somewhat rakish in nature. And we can go to cliffhanger there with her fade to black. So thanks for that beautiful GM intrusion moment.
They're doing to us what we were going to do.
So yes, definitely seems like Nori's been smart enough to and obviously fly enough to go, where would I hide to get a vantage point on this, blah blah blah, and then spotted that there's a pair of feline eyes somewhere. And yeah, that's where we end the session. So
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
Let's get a name for this session, shall we? Let's see what our options are.
I was also typing the friends.
Yeah.
But yeah, I clocked there were 5 of us, and then we were talking about spying on people like they were smugglers, and I was like, why haven't we made any famous 5?
Yeah, yep. And you are very famous by this point. Infamous is a kind of fame. So we've got 5 go to Dinosaur Island, whisper friends. I like that, to be fair. The friend zone, I also like that, it's very funny. And sharing secrets. Any other suggestions? And or
Don't start voting yet.
Okay.
I remember the name of the show.
Oh God, where did the apostrophes go?
The side quest. And of course there's a king.
If any of you go back as far as the in Half-Elven.
It really needs to be the side quest. Like, not the title, but just that can only be what we're doing right now, because our main quest is time gated. Our side quest is finished. So it will be finished as soon as.
Is your main quest going to the moon? Is that what you've decided?
Of course.
Yeah. The main quest has always been to go to the moon.
We don't technically need to get the eggs now, so we're just kind of doing this for shits and gigs. So if that bit doesn't happen, but we help this with the ration and stuff, then...
Because to be fair, we've also not liked the rations for
a long time.
A fair few. What do we call these?
Arcs.
Arcs.
Yep.
I was like, there's a word. I
Yep.
can't think of what it is. Yeah.
Falkwin, do me a favour and make sure you've noted down that I owe you an explanation about your meditations when you come out of them. It's just in the timeline.
Yes.
Obviously, that's not happened yet.
Yes, I've done.
But I will make sure I circle back to that, because you rolled like a 25 or something on that, so I don't want to ignore that. But we'll definitely do that when you come out of your meditations. But yes. Kind of looks like are all the votes in? Yeah, are we missing one? No, we're not. So now there's a toss-up between Whisper Friends and, of course, there's again it's Whisper Friends, let's face it. It's got to be Whisper Friends.
Whisper Friends is such a lovely idea.
Yeah.
The Whisper Friends, it's so cute.
Yeah. From Madam TTOT. But yeah, so Whisper Friends is the name we've went with. I'm glad with that. Goals.
Oh,
How do we feel about those?
I feel like we've added at least one new one.
One more.
wait, the Investigate Roar and Light Beam.
Yeah.
Kind of done.
I mean, I feel like you have discovered the source of it, but beyond that, you've only been told a name. Like, what really is...
We don't know what.
It happens when he gets mad.
That's about it.
Like, if you can transform that into a new goal, I'll give you XP for that one. But only if you can transform it into something you're going to follow up on.
Let's become Whisper Friends with him.
With the Majdeb. He tries to whisper and deafen you.
I do feel like I want to know, like, what...
I want to know
What is he?
is.
What's the youth like? Is this the Wizard of Oz thing? Is it like pay no attention to the man behind the curtain?
Yeah, but then if you're
Just
eating
ask
Tyrannosaurus Rexes, like, and also has he got a light? The light is what confuses. The big roar, totally fine with. How is he producing a light? What is the light?
Is he actually just a Rakishan ploy? Like, does the king of the island not exist? Does okay.
What, so it's like a Rakishan summer vacation spot? Like...
Well, like...
Could it be some kind of like weird volcano explosion? Sorry.
Like, if they were doing stuff, maybe this is a nice fabrication. But okay, if he predates them, sure. Yes, we did do that.
Yeah, because I think the Saurians have been here for at least 3 generations.
Which is only about 150 years.
Yeah.
Which in the grand scheme of things isn't a lot.
No. How old is the Rakishan Empire?
Like...
Because at least 300.
Like, yeah, at least.
Okay.
It's kind of hard to say because, obviously, Fey War timeline nonsense, but, like, realistically, the Saurians fell from grace after the Fey War, because the Rakishans had built up by that point.
Yeah.
They didn't have to deal with the Fey War, so they,
They had time.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe by the time the Saurians got here, the Rakishans were already there, and maybe the Rakishans decided to do this as a kind of charade or something to keep the Saurians away. That doesn't make too much sense. I don't know.
The flip on that, though, is that it's debated whether or not this is where the Saurians originated.
Because Bran and Elle knew about Dinosaur Island wasn't like you can go, there's a island of dinosaurs? What are you talking about? This was a known place.
Yeah.
So this isn't weird Fey bullshit or something that's appeared since. Because he was also like, why do you want to go there?
Yeah. I mean, fair play.
My first sort of thought when he said it's his island was very much Skull Island long. And then the blue light then felt very...
I never said blue, but sure.
Was the light blue?
No.
Okay.
I said beam of light.
Okay, beam of light seemed very atomic breath Godzilla.
Yeah.
It's halfway between the two.
Okay.
Is there a battle of the kaijus going on?
It's just another elf trying to get home.
Yeah.
Failing.
Tries their keys in the door constantly. They're drunk.
This is the life kin.
It's everything.
It's Surrey Summer Home. Surely the summer home for the summer elves would just be their home.
Yeah.
Right. That's our theory, right? For a second, Alexander, I thought you were going to say it was the heart piercer.
That's what they want us to think.
Whoever they are. Okay, so I don't see that anyone's altered that goal yet. Yeah, so are we altering that goal to get XP, or are we leaving it as is? Because, yeah. So there's XP available, it's just that you need to then make a goal to pursue out of that. Which currently is investigate and roar the beam on Dinosaur Island. And I don't hate the idea of becoming whisper friends with Namaj Neb, but I don't know how achievable it is if I'm upfront about goal achievement. But I love the idea of it because who knows?
I would definitely be interested in something like, yeah.
I did pull Falkwin's reveal out my arse about 2 seconds before I said it.
Yeah, it's fine.
But I would like to put crime busting and Liberatus on the goal list now that that's a thing that's out there.
Yeah, tear down your family like criminal empire. Sounds awesome. I'm here for that.
Oh my god, let's go be a crime-stopping team.
Yeah.
The next arc's a noir.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I love that. Liberatus Knights. That's what we'll call it. Like a private investigation agency that you get a license for to, walk the beat.
Yes. I was so here for it.
Yep.
Oh my god, retirement plan.
After we've solved wherever the fuck's happening here.
Yeah. And the moon.
Yeah, so once you solve this island, hand in some eggshells, resolve the moon, is there anything else outstanding other than apologising to Sirithane at some point?
My mum and grandma have to meet.
Your mum and grandma have to meet and make up. You want to make up with Branonel and Sloth. You got that. I think there was dethrone or behead Modesta Lara, I think, was a working goal. I forget and which. And the heart piercer. They're there too for Nori's. Yep, Nori has a whole thing to resolve. Yep.
It was kind of help Branonel return his people to being people.
Just that, yeah, help him do that and possibly the least mess possible. And then Lockhart needs to get a new person to be the Queen's Guard, find a purpose in life, find themselves, and stop Betty Bones.
Oh yeah, Betty Bones.
Yeah. Remember that whole sea-based pirate adventure?
I love it. We're going to be here for so long.
Have I heard this name before?
Yes, but not in a majorly focused way. Just that Alexander did a one-shot with some other people that played on the Felix continent as a one-shot in person at mine, and he got to keep the XP earned there if he also kept the consequences from there for his character. So in about a year before he met everybody else in the game, he was over in the other continent dealing with something for them, and it was to track down this person that was attacking trading ships and stuff. And it was a pirate lady called Betty Bones.
Might have come into play if we'd stayed on the boat.
I mean, we can always skip quests, it's fine.
What? It's never been an option.
Just press the skip.
So yeah.
Has there been, after our trial, was there any update to the Iron Laws, or were we just told that they're staying the same?
Well, you've also learned that several people seem to be okay with the idea of changing them. You did learn that there were many previous conversations about changing them, but there's a consensus was never met. But you might have been enough of a catalyst to get actual legal teams working on that now. But that wouldn't be a quick fix.
I also feel like Branonel seemed sort of on board with that. He was they're still a thing.
Yeah.
Well, he's they're still a thing. These are clinging to that. Also, there's a Fae walking around. Good for them, I guess. Yeah. I've got a headache and I might forget everything. There are priorities. Yeah.
Poor Branonel.
Yeah. Your tea is carrying a lot in this game.
What a good thing to have picked when you you need to pick some things to have. Can I have tea?
Yeah.
I have tea.
It's a great social thing. Yeah.
Always have tea.
Yeah.
Tea and a writing desk I can wear as a backpack. They were the things I picked.
Nope. So any other goals to update, resolve, or adjust? Because there is one that's kind of loosely related. Is investigate former Grandmaster Gamble's murder.
Mm-hmm. I feel like we started.
Yeah, like you went through the thesis. I mean, we can assume that there's names mentioned in Taberint and Seat of the Sun that he probably wrote down to say if he was ever going to follow up stuff, it would be these people. So at least it gives you points of contact in those locations if we ever needed them. I'm not naming them now, and you can remind me later that I promised this, and then remind me that I definitely did promise you this. You can have like a contact or two in each of those locations from Gamble's notes. Whether they're still alive and or useful is different, but that's future us is a problem if you ever end up there for whatever reason. Arc 5.
And potentially investigating Rakshans on Dinosaur Island.
Yes.
Might also give us more information on if we still think the Rakshans.
Maybe a good goal to type in as well. How do you want to put
Yeah,
that? Actually, like the fact that
he's
are actually going to try and get some information from Madame TTOT about the Rakshan. The whole thing he's just about to go do. Yep. Do you have one for the equation, by the way, Falkwin?
No, we had all of them.
I feel like you maybe should put that in.
I don't think I had a specific goal for learning the equation. No, I think we just had kind of all of the the outline of the entire quest.
Yeah,
was that. So we had Sierra Quest Part 1, get the Dino Eggs, Part 2, get the Lunar Bloom, Part 3, get the Outspread Feathers.
Well, here's my question then. Does Falkwin have a purpose in mind to test the equation on if he learns enough about it? Because keep in mind that self-sustaining magic is the Abradank equation. So effectively you could make a rock float forever if you get it right.
Until the moons fall out the sky and then the rock falls and it's really bad.
But the rock is the first warning system, right?
I mean, so I'm thinking if I can understand it, then a reason for getting the eggshells in the first place was so that Sierra could actually do her research and hopefully get the proof that she needed that her the way that she was trying to solve a big element of it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not just it's not just saying yes, I solved it. Here it is.
Yeah.
So maybe once I actually understand it, maybe there's something better, excuse me, than the eggshells, but also easier to get that I could find that would demonstrate it in the same way.
Yeah, I mean there must be other ways, right? Because it's not can you imagine the Iron Roots running around looking for lunar blooms and eggshells and feathers constantly?
All the time.
Yeah.
Every day.
So yeah, you maybe want to have and again, I don't necessarily need you to have an answer for that right now, but it's maybe something you want to have a think about as a player. Is something, even if it happened to be, I don't know, again a rock that constantly emits light, something to test the magic on when you or if you even get further. Something to also keep in mind is it might be too much for your mind alone. So yeah, processing it in baby steps isn't the worst idea. Luckily, you're not necessarily alone in your own mind, which is handy. Cool. I don't see any update to investigate, so no XP for that, unless you're actually going to give me a new goal from it. So we can move past that. But yes, I do think definitely investigating the Rakshans on the islands useful. It'll get you closer to the centre of the island as well, at least round the other side of it, which is good. Near the butt of the T-Rex, the king's best friend. And yeah, okay, so let's run through some wrap-up chat, shall we? Kalli, do you want to go first?
Yeah. Yeah, it was really fun. I enjoyed learning more from the research. I think that was really there's loads of really good points and things from there. I love that Myr'ra always just has tea. I do. I just every time I'm just like tea will help the situation. Tea always helps. It's great. And I do, yeah, Madam T TOT. She's pretty snazzy. She's pretty snazzy.
Yeah.
and I'm happy to be whisper friends with.
Yeah.
That'll be good. Kind of want to, I want to find out more about her, because she's mega important. And I want to know why.
Mm-hmm.
She got going on about her.
At least we know she's older than she should be, right?
Yeah, and that's really interesting. Like, she's older than she should be. Like, I mean, she's purposely going against the cycle in some way, but how? What has she done? And yeah, it's all just... And more side quests. I love more side quests. I want to do all the side quests. Every game, I will do every single side quest that is presented to me.
So many.
Yeah. But yeah, it was really interesting. And I do like hearing more about like the Solar Emperor and all that side. I always find sun gods are like the most fun, like interesting kind of god. It's the most primal like of all. It's like, it's the sun, it gives us life, it's great. And just kind of any kind of society built on that is just interesting.
I'm glad. Yeah. I think you might enjoy where I've got Arc 5 aimed at then. Potentially.
Oh yeah, and I should have sent Nori to get a little trinket from the shop. So I'd pick up a little souvenir of some kind. So
I mean, to be fair, you've got you could have wandered through with another one of the brothers, and you could have went with them after you've had your chats with everybody else. Yeah. Grabbed something for your uncle for his desk.
Mm-hmm. Yes, little paperweight type thing or something. Mm-hmm. Rock.
Like a saurian dipping lizard or something.
Yeah.
Oh, no, good. Glad you're enjoying it. I keep wanting to use both character names and player names interchangeably. So Alexander.
Yeah, I'm just kind of now looking forward to when Ignysera catches the Raktion that's spying, just lifts them upside down, shakes them, and whatever falls out is like, trinket.
Khajiit has wares if you have coin.
Yeah, I think I'm glad that I wrote down reasonably phonetic Namaj Neb, and I didn't get stuck in my own different spelling, be like, oh yeah, it's just a generic fantasy name. No, I think that happened. Especially as I did say it's just Benjamin last time, or just a couple times before.
You did, and I did have to not have anything on my face project the truth of the matter that was Namaj Neb has been written down for months at this stage. And I'm like, it is just an homage to Benjamin. Of course it is.
So who was Benjamin?
Benjamin was an imaginary T-Rex pet of Crombar, the orc barbarian. And I wrote a book for Scott's birthday called Making Friends with Benjamin. So
I see.
So Namaj Neb felt like an appropriately fantasied up version of, King of Dinosaur Island.
And yeah, I mean, Madame TT, OT, is I'm definitely getting that feeling. It's the brothers are sons. Sort of the value I'm wondering.
And aren't all Saurians her sons?
Like particularly the
What else a Miller play?
And no, I guess the secrets. I really liked, particularly that in that first arc, I especially, but everyone other than Myr'ra and Mara could not get Myr'ra and Mara the right way around, and we were always constantly saying the wrong one. Even then, when Mara wasn't in Act 2 or Arc 2, there were still quite a few times we were like, "Now Mara, you."
That is Myr'ra. Town, not city. Town.
So you say like, "Oh yeah, I got the job because I got their mail." It's like, yeah, no, that absolutely tracks.
Yep. It's good. Yep.
Definitely liked that. And then yeah, hearing everyone's secrets and just always that fun kind of like, okay, now make you all be creative for a minute.
Yeah, right. Pull some lore out your asses. No prep time. Go for it. See what he's come up with. I'm not going to weigh in. It's fun. I mean, you should know your characters by now, right? It's a fun way of adding a totally new aspect to your character that you haven't had come up yet. It's good.
And then going through the thesis, I think, yeah, particularly that sort of, probably the ones that we're going to remember the most is things like the Torques. It's concerning. And then the sort of the Gestalt sort of zealotry and weaponizing that.
And you can see why Gamble's concerns were, like, if someone could weaponize that, it's sat there in the seat of the sun, waiting to happen. And that clearly, he's not wrote that as a concern, but you can tell that's there in the writing. Like, he's definitely saying it without writing it. I mean, effectively, that would be his next actual steps, right? Probably would be looking into that. If you wanted to make assumptions about Gamble's behaviour. But I mean, not long after he became master, he did kind of get a big promotion into the big seat. So,
I mean, what do we need to do to then track down Myr'ra to get her to speak with the dead?
So go back to Dinkmark.
Okay, just put Hot Dinosaur Island on hold for a minute. Because I think that's one of those things where we forget, just how amazing like that ability would be at the time.
Maybe let's I feel like necromancy is like really frowned upon.
I mean, the cycle, right? Keep in mind, Myr'ra's job, the way Myr'ra would say the job, was to help people get back to the cycle, not to keep them from the cycle. And ideally, Gamble is gone.
Yeah.
Does necromancy put a soul back into the body, or does it just reanimate the dead?
I mean, I imagine if you're smart enough, either. Right? Like, if you're powerful enough, tearing a soul out of the cycle would be impressive. You've almost seen someone do that. Was that not? I mean, I feel like he's witnessed Pride put 2 souls back into their bodies. Being Loudon's and Samda's. And it took a lot out of Pride. Like, Pride looked like they were about to die to that. So,
I feel like the more traditional undeath corpse puppeteering necromancy is therefore religiously acceptable.
You should ask Lockhart, who may or may not have some first-hand experience with some walking, shambling necromancy.
Yeah, although partially, Lockhart was alive, at least.
Yeah. You're still alive, so we're led to believe.
At the very least.
But like, it kind of implied a bit of like the control over the body didn't need them to be dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, lots to learn. And yeah, getting just they say the -8 to it's like.
It's good.
Because, something I didn't quite appreciate was 5 levels of effort actually only costs 6.
Well, for you now, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's disgusting. Yeah.
Which is, I feel like it's something I've underused.
I think, though, like 6 still is expensive, right? Considering what it is costing you, right? Like, in the grand scheme of things, that can be done a handful of times, right? Which is still considering what you're up against is like, look at what you're dealing with in the world. That list of quests we just rattled off is quite big, right? Like, they're not tiny, like, let's go grab eggs from the store. It's, let's travel to Dinosaur Island and get some eggs that may or may not attract this massive thing that may or may not be a King Kong, like fucking Godzilla, and, murder us all because we smell of eggs. So you're dealing with a lot. Never mind the Rakishan Empire, the God, I'm not going to relist every single quest we just did, but you know what I mean, like the whole fucking list. So yeah, these are you should have good abilities and be able to use them a bunch of times a day without exhausting yourselves. That's the fun part about Cypher, I think, is you get to decide what abilities you get to use the most, which is fun, by building your edge in that specific stat. It's good. Any other thoughts, Alexander?
Not given.
Yeah. Chris.
Again, apologies for being late.
That's okay, don't worry about it. Glad to have you though. Would rather have you late than never.
A good catch up. I feel I missed a little bit of the interaction, obviously. Secrets, as I say, mentioned above. Yeah, those secrets are all been great. How it took me this long, or how it took everybody else that long to not realise that Nori Nediam is Iron Maiden. I think it's quite fun, and how I held on for it for so long. Yeah, it's amazing it didn't slip out at some time.
Yeah, some strong restraint there.
Is there any meaning behind it, or is it just me being silly? Who knows? We'll find that out. Yeah, we're getting a GM intrusion, which is, again, the first question you're going to ask next week is, do you want to reroll? And I'm going to say no.
No, like you've already said you're not rerolling. I've told you the intrusion. You spotted a Rakish and we're here. We're moving. Yep, it's there. It's locked in.
Going to make next time very interesting. Straight off.
Yep.
Especially the reaction from the Sorens once they find out that they're being infiltrated by more than just us. But yeah, it's all leading to more interesting missions along the lines.
Yeah. Who knows, we might even see combat at some point in the near future. That thing that we do sometimes, right?
What?
Yep, sometimes. Have we had combat yet? Like, I feel like we must have had, right? In the caves. We had combat, right?
Yes.
And then, we had it after the caves. I was trying to remember if, like, Ignysera had experienced much of, like, her class raison d'etre. Like...
we got to be our artillery cannons.
And then fighting the army Limmy Mighty Monster as well. Yeah. Falkwin.
Yeah.
That was this arc.
But that was a while ago.
I'm not sure it feels like it, but...
No, it was this, yeah. Oh, man. Okay. I shouldn't have got rid of all the Farron. Those were good things to throw at the party every so often.
But now we couldn't.
No, definitely not.
Things.
So, yeah. Any other thoughts, Chris?
No. Again, we're all progressing nicely. We're building up to what seems going to be quite an exciting week next time. So yeah, really.
Yes. Sean, I'm using player names. Sean.
Yo. Yeah, good fun. Lizards. Lots of lizards this episode. Some old ones, some skittish ones, some roaring ones at the middle of the island. A highlight for me was probably the sudden unexpected, okay guys, and now improv. Improv. Well, I mean, okay, it's all improv at the end of the day, but like improvise some backstory now for me. Like that was fun. That was fun.
Good. I love how just you threw your parents under the narrative bus as well. It was good.
I feel like it's been brewing.
Yeah.
You know.
Like so jealous.
It's the kind of one part of Falkwin's backstory that's always been kind of vaguely penciled in. Like, he's estranged from his family. I've never really interrogated why. But it's nice to kind of like finally decide to put an outline in ink on that.
Yeah, I'm thinking the resources of a warlock behind you. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's some more motivation for him to become a warlock. I'm going to become a warlock so that I can finally bring my family to justice.
It's good. I like it.
But yeah, no, that could be. It's Libratus specifically. I basically just looked at the map and thought, okay, well, if that's what they're doing, where are they doing it? Oh, well, Kalli's uncle is in charge of this place, so that could be fun. Yeah, it's fun to bake in some sort of inter-party dynamics with this kind of thing.
I like it.
Whether we'll have time to address that in the next arc and a bit, who knows?
I like the phrasing arc and a bit. That was my favourite part of that.
Well, there's a bit can mean a lot, you know.
Well, the epilogue is going to be at least 50 sessions, right? So, yeah, good. No, I'm glad. As I said, I like it when players get the opportunity to throw in some random creativity as well. Like, you are comfy enough in the world that I don't worry about you guys randomly creating content every so often, because you kind of know the scale you're working with, right? So as it's good to see people's creativity. Some of the secrets were excellent. Again, it led us to Whisper Friends with a wonderful NPC. Any other thoughts, Sean?
No. Apart from that, if you take a bit and you add a bit, then you still have a bit. Like, you can have big bits and you can have wee bits, but they're all just bits.
I mean, agreed. Can't deny that. It's good logic.
My conclusion is that Cascade never ends.
The secret non-campaign campaign.
We've always just got a bit to go.
Yeah, just a wee bit left. Yeah. Thank you. Hannah.
I kind of love that it felt a bit like, I know we kind of brought Stargate slightly earlier, but that kind of like, or like a Star Trek beam down episode.
Yep.
Like, I kind of love that we were just like, zoom, we're somewhere else now, and we've got to like interact with like locals and figure out where we are and figure out. And I love how much they didn't come out at first. They were like, no, like you go. Who are you guys? The Whisper Friends with Madame TTOT was so fun. I loved everybody's secrets. But just so kind of like, we joked about it in character creation. Because I think at that point, Myr'ra already had a name.
Yes.
And so it got brought up. So I was like trying to, like, as Sean said, frantically think of a secret.
That was good. I liked that because we definitely did joke about it in character. I was, because I think Dylan made Myr'ra first, I think.
Yes, I think so too.
Yeah.
But I think I already had like Myr'ra in mind as a name. And I was like, oh, I'm quite attached to it. And then maybe like we've been confused. Like I've had some of her posts before.
Yeah.
And then when I was trying to spin off from that, I was like, maybe I wasn't supposed to be on the mission.
That's good.
Because like my original play, whatever the word is, would rather be reading. So again, maybe she's been accused of that. And that made her sad. And she was like, I'm going to put my big girl pants on and I'm going to go and change that.
I mean, I love how like the grander context we've got for that now as well is you going, I hide every month so I don't murder people. And you're telling me I hide from fine, I'll go.
I'm not hiding from anything anymore. That's why I left Cascade. So yeah, I thought that was fun. I loved everybody's secrets. I'm excited. They add more to the world.
Yeah.
I feel like Lockheart was so sad. I was just like, you always seem like you have a plan. You don't know who you are. I think like Myr'ra might internalize that a bit and like check in on Lockheart more. Because I think she's like viewed him as like very together and like with it, and like probably is quite an inspiration. And I think she's like, oh, he's also got like down.
Yeah.
I am so excited for everything on Dinosaur Island. All of it, just so psyched. And love everyone we've met so far. Very excited to see what the reaction can tell us. I would like to say as well that I also looked at Namaj Neb and was like, I wonder if it's like backwards. But my ADHD and my like dyslexia was just like, oh no, but that says like den. Den's not a word. Oh well. Because I fully reversed the bra.
Yep.
Well,
That's fine.
But good catch, people who caught it. It was very good.
Good old Benjamin. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was mainly because I'd written it as 2 words. The managed net.
Yeah.
And so I capitalized the N. And so I then saw the BEN very clearly. I was like, oh, Ben. We mentioned where I'd been thinking of Ben Kenobi. And so Ben was just in my mind. Ben, was that jet?
I like that I thought of the Simpsons thing, which is showing the movie backwards. Still didn't put it together.
Yeah. It's good. Good reference
that's
as well.
not a word.
Means their subliminal marketing worked though with that Simpsons episode. Like it really has stuck with our brains. Yep, even Nediam. I'm very excited when you eventually work up the courage to accuse Madame TTOT of being Surithane. I can't wait for that moment as well. So I'm here for that.
Right.
You go into her cupboard and there's just this black armor that's like twice as tall as her. Wait a minute. But yes, so good.
She's not of Denk.
She's not of Denk. I mean, she fits all of the information gaps that we have about. And you know, it's not even a lie. But yes. Okay. Who are we voting for whom? Assuming you were finished, sorry, Hannah, of course.
Yes.
Thank you. But yes. XP award, gang?
I mean, my vote is for Chris just because he's held on to Iron Maiden for 2 years or something now.
Yeah, you know what? Respect for that.
Yeah.
I would vote Falkwin. I really liked all of the stuff at the beginning with being our little trio of people who are not good at talking to people and having to sort of carry that. And then, choosing to focus on the equation. I'm excited to find out where that goes.
Yeah. John?
I was going to vote. Oh, sorry. I was going to vote for Hannah. Because I enjoyed the secret the most.
Yeah, cool.
I think. Although it was just really funny, just imagining it just getting on the wrong post and like, fuck no, I'm gonna do it for me.
It obviously found me for a reason. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I'm going to agree with Alexander. Respect to Chris for holding on to that for so long. I could never.
Chris?
And for me, I'd have to give it to Falkwin, just because of being Nori and thinking, oh, Underworld, how do I get into this? I'm not going to be doing any research, I'm looking for a job. But no, that's future.
Yep. I love the idea that the epilogue is in fact some, Lockhart goes off to find himself and maybe joins the Way of the Two Circles, right, or something, becomes a monk with Jet, just hangs out in the monastery. You've got the PAI system that's obviously, an ex-warlock that, Falkwin trains enough to get all the cool toys from and then, retires immediately and goes and works with Ignysera for a private investigator system set up in Labras. And Nori's pretending to be a double agent for that, but just cashing in 2 checks each month.
Yeah, that's exactly what was going through my mind. Work with these guys. I see profit.
I'm not exactly entirely sure where Myr'ra's epilogue lies.
There's a worrying chance that she's now the security person of Sin. So.
Yeah. Right. So interesting. Obviously,
just a crow in the woods.
Yeah,
just runs away.
Go live at the top of Queen's Rise, right?
Become New Amblin.
Yeah.
Take on apprentices, but only if you will come live in my small town.
Yeah, be the crazy old wizard lady in the woods, right? Yeah. Bring birdseed. Why? Just always bring birdseed. And also a spare horse, one you're not attached to.
Don't get attached to it.
You can both have XP for that. That's fine. You can both have a point of XP for that. I'm excited to tick off some goals soon, so we'll hopefully get some more XP for you guys then as well. I'm excited for that.
One more for tier 4.
Not bad. Yeah, I'm just excited that Dinosaur Island seems to be actually moving in the direction of Dinosaur Island. Like, it hasn't completely derailed yet, which is not
We're
bad.
losing our touch.
For one second.
Yeah.
I love how at the very beginning we had our goals in progress. Get the dino eggs we thought would be part 1 of Sierra's quest.
I feel like I argued for that. We should go first.
You did say that several times.
Also, did we like it? Look now that I actually look up at the goals in progress section.
No, I look at that goal list.
I know we did this before already. Sorry, but it looks like we never did tick off get the lunar bloom and get the housebird feathers from.
I think we're keeping them as a whole. We've got to do all.
Okay.
Yeah.
I did try to get us through that, and then
Also, you have had XP for those. So,
sure,
progressing that has been a thing because it is a multi-part quest, right? So if you look back, you've had XP for it.
I don't take note of when I get XP, and maybe I should.
I mean, maybe it does help, but yeah, at least when in doubt, can always go back and look at the VOD. So there is that. But yeah, no, as I said, just excited. Glad to obviously introduce Madame TTOT, who's been on my books for years as well. She's fun. She had a much more animated voice that I chose not to employ because maintaining that might have been difficult, and also getting it to come through on the vocabulator would have been tricky because of the enunciation problems. So that's always fun. We'll have to navigate that. We'll just have to have everybody played by Matt Berry from now on. That is just going to be the solution to that, I think. But anyway, thank you all for playing. Say goodbye, everybody. Bye.